We are committed to implementing the Windsor framework in good faith in partnership with the EU and taking all steps necessary to protect the UK internal market. We are also looking to negotiate an SBS veterinary agreement with the EU, which could help.
Commit to all the provisions of the Safeguarding the Union agreement?
I already set out my answer to that in response to his honourable friend who speaks from the front bench. We are taking those commitments forward. But I would also point out to the honourable gentleman that it is by working in partnership with the European Union we can make progress, and what was achieved recently on dental amalgam is a really, really good example of precisely that.
Dr Neil Hudson.
Number 7, Mr Speaker.
I understand how important and urgent this issue is, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his contribution to the Veterinary Medicines Working Group, the work of which we have committed to continue. There's a grace period arrangement for veterinary medicines that remains in place until the end of 2025 and provides for the continuity of supply to Northern Ireland. The Government will continue to progress the work on this issue as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer. The Windsor framework secured by the previous government extended that grace period to veterinary medicines in Northern Ireland till the end of December 2025. This includes vaccines and anaesthetics, so it's vital for biosecurity and both animal and public health that access continues. Can the Minister assure the House that the Government will strain every sinew to secure permanent access to veterinary medicines in Northern Ireland? And will they continue with the Cabinet Office Veterinary Medicines Working Group on which I sat that was working so hard to find a solution?
I thank the honourable member, and I can confirm again that that Veterinary Medicines Working Group will continue. We recognise its importance, and we will continue to work at pace on the long-term solution, because that continuity of supply and knowing that well in advance of December next year is very important.
The then spokesperson Wendy Chamberlain.
Mr Speaker, may I welcome the Secretary of State and his team to their place. May I also associate myself with the remarks of the Honourable Member for Belfast South and Mid Down. I can only hope the success of the hurling being shown at the weekend means that the BBC will consider the Shinty Hurling International that takes place every year. I welcome attempts by the new government to continue to rebuild trust with Northern Ireland political parties and also to improve relations with the European Union. It offers that opportunity to reduce frictions in trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So, Mr Speaker, can the Secretary of State set out what he is doing with ministerial colleagues and other departments to open the doors to securing a veterinary agreement with the EU, which will further reduce those barriers to trade?
The Government is committed to working at pace on a long-term solution, including a veterinary agreement. This may change the relationship with the EU and build more trust, and so a bespoke agreement may be needed, but we are working at pace to secure this.
Dr Alison Gordon.
Question number 8, Mr Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. With permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 8 and 14 together. A fortnight ago, the Minister and I met the Taoiseach Michael Martin in Hillsborough, where we discussed strengthening relations between our two governments, given the importance of our relationship with Ireland. The Prime Minister and the Taoiseach also held a bilateral meeting ahead of the European political community last week.
Dr Alison Gordon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and may I also thank Secretary of State for his answer. Duchess China, which I believe, Mr Speaker, are the suppliers of your very excellent commemorative China service, is based in my constituency, Stoke-on-Trent South. The Republic of Ireland is an important export market for the company, and Northern Ireland is an important part of its domestic market. Can the Minister tell us how relations across the Irish Sea and Northern Ireland island borders be enhanced for the benefit of companies like Duchess China?
Well, I congratulate my honourable friend on the company that she mentions and the products that it produces. We are committed to protecting the integrity of the UK internal market so that great firms in Great Britain and in Northern Ireland are able to sell right across the United Kingdom and internationally. And for Northern Ireland in particular, it has extraordinary opportunities and so much potential, which we now need to build on. One of the most important contributions the executive can make is to ensure executive stability, because that's what investors are looking for.
Emily Darlington.
Can I congratulate the very honourable member on his position and hope that he will be able to rebuild those relations that have been strained through the Brexit process. I'd like to ask my question, very much like my colleague, about small and medium-sized businesses in Milton Keynes Central that have had to go under because of the additional paperwork and other restrictions through our strained relations now with the EU. Can he confirm with me that he is talking to the Irish government and others about how we reduce those barriers to trade?
Well, there is no doubt that the change in our trading relationship with the European Union has brought additional costs and paperwork for businesses, whether they are selling to the EU or into Northern Ireland. The Windsor Framework is the means by which we are trying to manage that. And I supported the Windsor Framework, negotiated by the previous government, because it represented an important and a significant step forward. But the reason why we have to continue to implement it is because if we're going to get the Veterinary and SPS agreement and other agreements we are seeking with the European Union...
Go on. We've still got others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Anglo-Irish agreement is absolutely vital, and the meeting between the Prime Minister and the Taoiseach was to be welcomed. Prime Ministerial diaries become very full. Will he use his good offices to make sure that that dialogue between Taoiseach and Prime Minister continue, to build on that relationship, to see it flourish still further?
I can indeed give that assurance, and my right honourable friend has agreed there will be an annual summit.
Final question, Gregory Campbell.
In discussions with the Irish Government, does he agree with me that ensuring that they understand that the vast majority of people in Northern Ireland, whether they consider themselves to be British, Irish or Northern Irish, can see that there's a United Kingdom context that allows them that diversity, and that improving the lives of existing generations is the best way to preserve the lives of everyone for the future?
I join with the honourable gentleman in that commitment to improving the lives of the people of Northern Ireland, and that is something that we as a government are committed to work on with him and all of his colleagues in Northern Ireland.
Can I welcome the Prime Minister Leader of the Opposition and all new members to the first questions to the Prime Minister, and in which case we're going to start with Callum Miller.
Question 1, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know the whole House will be shocked by the news that a soldier has been attacked in Kent. Our thoughts are with him, his family and our armed forces, who serve to keep us safe. We wish him a swift recovery. Mr. Speaker, the whole House will also want to join me in wishing Team GB good luck as they travel to Paris for the Olympic Games. And Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others discussing how this government will bring about the change the country has decisively voted for. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings today.
I begin by welcoming the Prime Minister to his first questions as Prime Minister. I also associate myself with his remarks about the soldier in Kent and, of course, my wishes to the British Olympians. At Coombe, in my constituency, Thames Water has pumped sewage into the River Evenlode for over 2,600 hours in the last year. Thames Water was allowed by Ofwat to withdraw £7 billion in dividends, yet now wants to jack up my constituents' bills. I welcome the water bill in the King's speech, but would the Prime Minister agree with my constituents and me that the system is broken, and will he now commit to scrapping Ofwat and replacing it with a tougher regulator that will finally put people and planet ahead of water company profits?
Can I welcome the honourable member to his place and thank him for raising this important issue in relation to water. And customers should not pay the price for the mismanagement by water companies, and we've already announced immediate steps to put water companies under tougher regime, and the Minister for Water will meet the bosses of failing companies to hold them to account for their performance. After 14 years of failure with our rivers and beaches, it falls to this government of service to fix the mess of the failure of the last 14 years.
Nadia Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Prime Minister to his place. Mr. Speaker, many young trans people and their families are extremely concerned about the restrictions on puberty blockers implemented by the last government. One of my constituents, a parent of a trans child, told me, "I'm so worried about my child. I'm terrified for what this means for them and where Britain is going on these issues. Will the Prime Minister meet with young trans people, their families and organisations supporting them, so that he can hear why they feel so strongly that these restrictions must be reversed?
Can I welcome the honourable friend back to her place? Our guiding principles must be the well-being of children. And this is a serious government, and we will approach that question with care, not inflammatory dividing lines. The CAS review was clear that there's not enough evidence on the long-term impact of puberty blockers to know if they're safe. And the Health Secretary will consult with organisations supporting young people and families, and I will ensure that there is a meeting with her and the relevant minister as soon as that can be arranged.
Now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Rishi Sunak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join with the Prime Minister in expressing my shock at the attack on a British soldier? Our thoughts are with him and his family as we wish him a speedy recovery. And I also join with the Prime Minister in his warm words about our Olympic athletes. I've no doubt that after years of training, focus and dedication, they'll bring back many gold medals. Although, to be honest, I'm probably not the first person they want to hear advice from on how to win. But I'm glad in our exchanges. I'm glad, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad in our exchanges so far we have maintained a cross-party consensus on important matters of foreign policy. And in that spirit today, I wanted to focus our exchange on Ukraine and national security. The UK has consistently been the first country to provide new capabilities to Ukraine, such as the long-range weapons that have been used so effectively in the Black Sea. Now, those decisions aren't easy, and I was grateful to the Prime Minister for his support as I made those decisions in government. And in opposition, I offer that same support to him. So can I ask that he continues to be responsive to Ukraine's new requests so that they don't just stand still, but can decisively win out against Russian aggression?
Can I thank the Leader of the Opposition for not only raising the question of Ukraine, but doing it in a way which can maintain the unity across this House, which has been so important to the Ukrainian people. And I can assure him that we are, of course, talking to Ukraine about how they deal with the Russian aggression that they are facing, have been facing for many, many months. And I will continue to try to do that in the way that he did, which is to reach out across the House to share such information as we can to maintain the unity that is so important.
I thank him for that response. Now, I also found that one of the UK's key roles as Ukraine's closest ally is to encourage other countries to follow our lead in providing new military capabilities. And in that vein, when he saw Chancellor Scholz recently, I'm sure he thanked him for the considerable air defence that the Germans are providing the Ukrainians. But did he also raise with him the issue of the Germans perhaps providing long-range missiles, just as the UK, America and France have now done?
I had the opportunity in Washington at the NATO Council to talk to our German counterparts. There was a strong theme there on Ukraine, discussed with all of our allies, and part of my message was to urge all of our allies to provide further support where they can to the Ukrainian people, and that was well received, and there was unity coming out of the NATO Council. That's what we must all do.
I'm glad to hear the Prime Minister raise the NATO summit as well, because I very much welcome the message that came out loud and clear from that summit, and indeed the Prime Minister's words from the dispatch box on Monday about Ukraine's irreversible path to NATO membership. And so does he agree with me that fatuous Russian claims on Ukrainian territory must not act as a block to Ukraine joining the NATO defensive alliance?
I wholeheartedly agree, and it is for NATO allies to decide who is a member of NATO, formed 75 years ago, a proud and probably most successful alliance that's ever been formed, and that's why it was really important at the summit that we were able to say there is now this irreversible path to membership. That's a step forward from a year ago, and President Zelensky was very pleased that we've been able to make that successful transition.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks to the complex legal and diplomatic work that the UK has led over the past several months, together with our allies Canada and America, the Prime Minister will, I hope, now find that there is a sound and established legal basis to go further on sanctions and seize Russian assets and use them to fund Ukrainian reconstruction. Now, that work has taken time, but I hope he is able to take a look at it, and can he confirm for the House that this work is something that he will take forward, because if he does, I can assure him that the opposition will support him in doing so.
Again, I'm grateful for this opportunity to say how united we were on the question of sanctions across this House. The use now made of what has been seized and frozen is an important issue on which I think we can move forward. And I know the Chancellor is already beginning to have some discussions about how we can take more effective measures. Again, I will seek to reach out across the House as we do this important work together.
Leader of the Opposition.
I very much welcome the Prime Minister's response, but I also welcome both his and the Defence Secretary's recent emphasis on the importance of the Tempest fighter jet programme. It's a crucial sovereign capability, as he mentioned, and important for our alliances with Italy and Japan. Furthermore, however, other countries also wish to participate, and in government we had begun initial productive discussions with our friend and ally Saudi Arabia about their desire to potentially join the programme. So could the Prime Minister confirm that he will continue those initial positive conversations with Saudi Arabia, and again I can assure him that he will have our support in doing so?
Well, let me make this absolutely clear. This is a really important programme. Significant progress has already been made, and we want to build on that progress. And I've had some initial discussions, not least in Farnborough, where I was just a few days ago.
Leader of the Opposition.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, can I just say that in the dangerous and uncertain world that we now sadly live in, I know firsthand how important it is that our Prime Minister can use his prerogative power to quickly respond militarily to protect British national security, sometimes without giving this House prior notice. Now, these are perhaps the most difficult decisions that a Prime Minister can take, and I welcomed his support when I made them. And I want to take this opportunity to assure him of the opposition's support if he deems it necessary to take similar action in the future. So does he agree with me that whilst the use of the prerogative power is sometimes politically controversial, it is essential to ensure the safety and security of the British people?
I agree it's essential, and our security is the first duty of government. I was grateful to the Leader of the Opposition for reaching out when action had to be taken to me personally to ensure that I was briefed on the sensitive issues that lay behind the decisions that he had to take. And as I mentioned to him last week, I will endeavour to ensure that we proceed in the same way so that he has access to all the information that he needs to come to a determination, which I hope will be, to be able to support the position that this government takes. Thank you.
Kim Ledbeach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back. Can I congratulate the Prime Minister on such a positive start to his premiership and on resetting the dial on politics as public service, as a force for good. Of our different views and opinions in this chamber and beyond. It's a very important message, and as such, would he join me in wishing the very best of luck to the 83 cyclists who have set off from West Yorkshire this morning on the 9th Joe Cox Way bike ride, travelling 280 miles down the country to London, celebrating all that we have in common through the power of cycling, including, sadly for the cyclists, probably quite a lot of sore legs and aching muscles.
Of course I will wish them good luck. I admire them. I'm not sure I envy them. It's 280 miles. But it's a brilliant cause, and the whole House, I think, misses our dear friend Jo. And I know that she would have been incredibly proud to have seen this government in place and would have played a big part in it. And, you know, I'd like to welcome my honourable friend back to her place. And I know that she will continue in Jo's spirit with the same dedication and determination. And I think I'm right in saying that her parents, and of course Jo's parents, are with us in the gallery today to see this first PMQs. We will always have more in common than that which divides us.
It comes to the Leader of the Lib Dems, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I welcome the Prime Minister to his place at his first Prime Minister's questions? And can I associate myself and my party with the comments he made about the appalling attack on the soldier in Kent? And our thoughts are with his family and friends and comrades. And can I also associate our side with his comments on Team GB and particularly talk about how we want them to succeed in Paris? The Prime Minister has many messes that he's inherited. One of them is the scandal over the carers' allowance repayments. An example is my constituent, Andrea, who is a full-time carer for her elderly mum. She went back to work part-time, mainly for her mental health, she tells me. She was earning less than £7,000 a year and has been hit by a bill from the DWP for £4,600. But Andrea is just one of tens of thousands of carers facing these repayments, punished for working and earning just a few more pounds than the earnings limit. So will the Prime Minister agree to meet with me and other family carers to try to resolve this matter?
Yeah. Can I thank the honourable member for raising this? And he, of course, has been a tireless advocate for carers. And I don't think any of us could be other than moved when we saw the video of him and his son that was put out during the election campaign. He talks about Team GB. I'm glad he's in a suit today because we're more used to seeing him in a wetsuit. But in relation to this issue, look, we have a more severe crisis than we thought as we go through the books of the last 14 years. We must review the challenges. I know they don't like it. They don't like it. There was a reason the electorate rejected them so profoundly. So we'll review the challenges that we face. We do want to work with the sector and where we can across the House to create a national care service covering all these aspects. And we'll start with carers and those that work in the care sector with a fair pay agreement. But I'm very happy to work across the House with all the people that care so passionately about this particular issue.
Sir Ed Davey.
For the Prime Minister's response, I hope he will look at this matter, though, on carers' allowance. Family carers save the taxpayer £162 billion a year. And if we get this right, many could go back into work. But there's another care crisis that's probably even bigger, and that's the crisis in social care. I'm sure, like me, he's met millions of people around the country, heard about millions of people for whom this is their biggest issue and has been for decades. After a once-in-a-century election, does he not think there's an opportunity for a once-in-a-century chance to fix social care and thus help our NHS? So can I ask him to set up a cross-party commission on social care so we can address this urgent matter?
He's right, it is a crisis. I'm sorry to have to report to the House it's not the only crisis that we've inherited. There's a crisis of failure absolutely everywhere after 14 years of failure that this government of service will begin the hard yards of fixing, including on social care. We will work across the House. We do endeavour to create a national care service. That will not be easy, but we can begin the first steps, and we will share that across the House where we can.
And a little bit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For decades, my constituent, Jack Taylor, has been continuously ignored by previous governments. He and other nuclear veterans have been denied access to their medical records and compensation. The Prime Minister has rightly said these national heroes deserve full accountability and justice. Will he therefore consider supporting a special tribunal with statutory powers into this 70-year-long scandal?
Can I first express my gratitude to the service personnel who participated in the British nuclear testing programme. It is right that I think nearly 5,000 now have got the nuclear test medals in recognition of their service, and the veterans have the right to apply for no-fault compensation under the War Pensions Scheme. And I will ensure on this issue a meeting is arranged for her with the relevant minister.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, may I again warmly congratulate the Prime Minister on ending Tory rule.
In his campaign to do so, he was, of course... They're too close for comfort now. They're too close for comfort. In his campaign to do so, Mr. Speaker, he was, of course, joined by Gordon Brown. And just 5 days before the general election in Scotland, on the front page of the Daily Record, Gordon Brown instructed voters to vote Labour to end child poverty. Yet last night, Labour MPs from Scotland were instructed to retain the two-child cap, which forces children into poverty. So, Prime Minister, what changed?
I'm glad he mentioned Gordon Brown, because the last Labour government lifted millions of children out of poverty, something we're very, very proud of. And this government will approach the question with the same vigour with our new task force. Already we've taken steps: breakfast clubs, abolishing no-fault evictions, decent home standard.
Order. Props are not allowed to be used. Never mind, put it down. We don't need any more. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, already we've set up a task force to put that vigour in place. 3 breakfast clubs in every primary school, abolishing no-fault eviction, decent home standard, Awab's law, and a plan to make work pay. But I would just say this: before he lectures everyone else, he should explain why, since the SNP came to power, there are 30,000 more children in poverty in Scotland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to see the government's swift action in officially calling for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, a rapid increase of humanitarian aid into Gaza, the restoration of funds to UNRWA, the commitment to complying with potential ICC arrest warrants, and to recognising a Palestinian state. But too many innocent people are still dying every day. There is nowhere safe in Gaza. So what further pressure can the Prime Minister apply to bring about an urgent ceasefire?
Both the Foreign Secretary and I have set out the urgent need for a ceasefire to Prime Minister Netanyahu. We want a pathway to a two-state solution, a safe and secure Israel alongside a viable sovereign Palestinian state. And I used my first overseas trip as Prime Minister, particularly at NATO, to raise this with world leaders. And under a Labour government, this subject will be discussed, negotiated and fought for at the highest levels on the world stage. The alternative is standing on street corners protesting. Ultimately, only one of those will deliver change.
Geordie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I congratulate the Prime Minister and welcome to his place. And I'm sure he will want to reassure the many parents and teachers in Edinburgh West who've expressed concerns about the implication for our state education system in Scotland of the VAT increase in independent fees, which he proposes. Edinburgh City Council, led by the Labour Party, have produced 5-year projections which show we do not have capacity in the city to accommodate pupils who may leave the independent sector. Moreover, how will he ensure that the VAT raised in Scotland from those fees can be reinvested in already hard-pressed Scottish education?
I do obviously understand the aspiration that parents who work hard and save hard have for their children that they send to private schools. But every parent has that aspiration, whichever school they go to. And I am determined that we will have the right teachers in place in our state secondary schools to ensure that every child, wherever they come from, whatever their background, has the same opportunity. And I do not apologise for that.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome last week's announcement this government will be introducing a new publicly owned company, Great British Energy. This will be critical to ensure this country's energy security while meeting our climate goals and lowering energy bills. Will the Prime Minister make assurances to communities up and down the country that they will benefit from good skilled jobs and opportunities that Great British Energy promises to unlock?
Yes, and I'm really pleased that Great British Energy will be owned by and for the British people. Investing in the energy systems of the future, that means cheaper bills, renewables are cheaper. It means security, so Putin can't put his boot on our throat, and it means the next generation of jobs for years to come. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has achieved something that we didn't think would be possible in such a short period of time. In less than 3 weeks, he has had a significant rebellion and he has suspended 7 of his members of Parliament, all for standing up for child poverty. This from a Labour government. The headlines are awful for the Prime Minister this morning. Poverty campaigners are furious with the Prime Minister. Is his honeymoon over before it's even begun?
Having left for the election campaign with quite a significant number of SNP members and come back with a small handful, I really don't think lectures on what the electorate in Scotland are thinking. If you look at I'm very proud of our Scottish Labour MPs on this side of the House. And I simply repeat the point I made to his leader. Perhaps the SNP needs to account for the 30,000 extra children in poverty in Scotland. Thank you.
Dan Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous Conservative government cut the funding for the police in London by 1/3, taking £1 billion out of the budgets for London's policing and forcing the closure of both of the police stations in the Chipping Barnet constituency. Does the Prime Minister agree with me on the importance of our police stations and in the need to rebuild local policing?
Can I welcome my honourable friend to his place, the first ever Labour MP for Chipping Barnet, and I know he will serve his constituency with pride. And our guarantee will put 13,000 extra neighbourhood officers and PCSOs back on Britain's streets, and that's a fully funded plan. He's right to say that the last government absolutely hammered police numbers, and he will have seen the impact of that in his constituency. And it is telling that the former Justice Secretary said at the weekend that that could perhaps have been done differently. And I'm glad to see the people of Chipping Barnet agree with that assessment and have returned him for that constituency.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Great Yarmouth have little doubt that uncontrolled legal and illegal immigration since 1997 has damaged and disrupted their community and undermined their public services. Does the Prime Minister agree that importing millions of people with no thought whatsoever to the brutal consequences has failed our country? I know the good people of Great Yarmouth would much appreciate a yes or no answer to this straightforward question.
Good question.
I'm not sure I agree with his numbers, but look, I do think that it's serious that the previous government lost control of our borders. Record numbers have crossed the Channel. Since the Leader of the Opposition, when he was Prime Minister for 18 months, 50,000 people crossed the Channel. It's a serious issue that requires a serious answer. And that is why we will set up our Border Security Command to take down the gangs that are running this vile trade. What we won't do is waste further time on a gimmick that cost a fortune and remove just 4 volunteers.
Bill Esterson.
The Liverpool City region has one of the biggest concentrations of offshore wind in the world. 100,000 homes could be powered through the Mersey tidal project. Yet some members opposite want to block the jobs, the lower bills and the energy security from renewable energy. So can I encourage my right honourable friend to resist the siren voices opposite and support a range of technologies, including the Mersey tidal project, to maximise the benefits of clean energy for our country?
Clean energy is at the heart of this mission-driven government. Boosting homegrown renewable energy is the best way to create new jobs give us energy independence and lower bills for good. And that's why we'll be changing the planning rules to make sure that we can get Britain building again. And not just the houses, but everything that we need, including prisons, by the way, and to make sure we can deal with the mess that we have inherited. I'm pleased to hear of the viable projects that are being advanced, such as the Mersey Tidal project, and we'll look at them carefully.
Lewis Clocking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to be the first Conservative member to ask the new Prime Minister a question at PMQs. Can the Prime Minister assure me and my constituents in Broxbourne that they will not just have a say, but a meaningful say over new development in the Greenbelt in their area?
Can I welcome the honourable member to his place and be clear, we intend to get Britain building. We will change the planning regime in order to do so. It's held us back for far too long. Young people have not been able to own a home until they're way past the age of 35, denying them the basic dream of home ownership. Of course, we will work with communities, but we will take the tough decisions that the last government ran away from.
Prime Minister, we've got much to be proud of in Ipswich, from a thriving arts and culture scene to beautiful parks and a stunning waterfront. Unlike our friends over the border in Norfolk, we also now have a Premier League football team again. Prime Minister is very welcome to join when Arsenal come visit next year. Despite all those positives, though, after the last 14 years, our town centre is really struggling and desperately needs help. Can the Prime Minister set out to this House the steps he will take to revive town centres like Ipswich?
Can I again welcome my honourable friend to his place? Congratulate Ipswich on their promotion, though not on, I think it's Boxing Day when they visit Arsenal. I'm going to resist the temptation that he puts in front of me to choose between Ipswich and Norwich. But on town centres, he's right that we need vibrant high streets. We need to make the change that we voted in to bring about, and that's why we will replace the business rate system to level the playing field, and we will absolutely address regional inequality through our local growth plans.
Jim Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries on earth, so I welcome the government's signal that it's committed to nature recovery. This is critical to humanity's future, as it affects everything from food security to public health and well-being. Please could the Prime Minister tell us how he'll show leadership personally on this existential issue, and in particular, will he attend the 16th Biodiversity COP later this year, and will the UK government be launching a bid to host a future UN Nature Summit?
We are committed to nature recovery. It's a really important issue that this government will tackle. And he talks about leadership, and I'd ask him to show some, because it's extraordinary that, elected to this House as a Green politician, he's opposing vital clean energy infrastructure in his own constituency. So I ask him, we will put the plans before this House, I ask him to back those plans.
John Powell.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday night at a community event in North Kensington, attended by hundreds of people, 15-year-old Renee Graham was shot and killed in a senseless act of violence, and my heart goes out to his family and the wider community that is feeling anxious, frightened and shocked. Can the Prime Minister ensure that North Kensington gets support from this government at this difficult time, and can he outline what measures the government will take to tackle gun violence and prevent young lives like Renee's being taken in the future?
I welcome my honourable friend to his place and thank him for raising this awful case. The loss of a teenage boy in West London is shocking, and our thoughts, and I'm sure I speak for the whole House, are with his family and friends. I do urge the public to support the Metropolitan Police with any information which could help in their investigation, which is ongoing. Making streets safer is one of the 5 central missions of this government, and this is a shocking reminder of just how important that mission is. And we have an ambition to drive down this sort of violence in our communities. We do not want interventions like this as we've had over the last few years, and it is shocking to hear of this particular incident.
Vickers.
The last government invested massively in Teesside, most recently committing £1 billion to improving transport in our area. That money will protect the future of our iconic transporter bridge, upgrade Thornaby train station, create a new transport hub at Teesside Park and much, much more. Can the Prime Minister confirm, are we still getting our £1 billion, or is Labour turning its back on Teesside?
Well, he talks about turning its back. I think he's the sole remaining Tory MP in the North East or Teesside. I've already taken an early opportunity to make our commitment clear to the plans that we need for economic growth across the country, working with all the mayors who are in place, including those who wear a different rosette, and that's the way in which we will take this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a week where the National Police Chiefs Council have declared violence against women and girls a national emergency, Sky News has today published appalling accounts of sexual harassment and violence against women paramedics. Can the Prime Minister please update the House on progress towards the mission board to finally tackle this scourge in our society?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for raising this, because it is such a serious issue. And we have made a commitment, a mission to halve violence against women and girls. Mr. Speaker, I know from my own experience dealing with these cases as a prosecutor and subsequently just how hard that will be to achieve. It does mean that we'll have to deliver in a different way. We'll have to roll up our sleeves and do difficult things that haven't been done in the past. And in answer to the specific question, we've started work already on the delivery board, and I look forward to updating her and the House on the progress that we're making on this really important issue.
Final question, Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Another Freudian slip. The old dog is off the leash. Mr. Speaker, could I first thank both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition for their supportive policies in relation to Ukraine. Their expressions today will have been of great comfort to the thousands of Ukrainian residents in the United Kingdom who simply wish to return to their lawful homes. Further to the answer given to my honourable friend, the member for Broxbourne, can the Prime Minister tell the House how he's planning reforms which will smother fields in East Kent currently yielding bread-making wheat with houses is compatible with his own Secretary of State for Agriculture's desire to achieve sustainability?
Thank you for that question. We have to get economic growth in this country. We've had failure over the last 14 years, and the failure on economic growth has been central to it. There's been failure to build the infrastructure we need, the houses we need, the prisons we need, and I think the whole House can see the consequence of that. We've got prison overcrowding, where emergency measures have had to be taken because the building of prisons hasn't kept pace with the sentencing of those to prisons. We've got housing crisis, where the dream of home ownership for most young people is simply gone under the previous government. To be over the age of 35 before you can get a secure roof over your head of your own is a huge dash of dreams. We're not going to listen to the party opposite. They put their case to the electorate. The electorate rejected them profoundly. And my advice would be, having sat at that dispatch box for 4.5 long years, is when you get rejected that profoundly by the electorate, it's best not to go back to the electorate and tell them that they were wrong. It's best to reflect and change your approach and change your party.
That completes questions. We'll let the front benches change over.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, James Cleverly.
Mr. Speaker, the newly elected honourable member for Chipping Barnet, in his question to the Prime Minister, made what I'm certain, is an inadvertent inaccuracy in his claims about the funding of the Metropolitan Police, which is both in absolute terms and per capita the best funded force, and where £62 million was offered to the Mayor of London to fund, which he failed to utilise for lack of recruitment. My broader point is, can advice be given to newer members, or indeed returning members if this is the case, on how to correct the record when they make an erroneous claim on the floor of the House?
Well, first of all, I think he's also put on record his views. What I would say is we're not going to continue the debate, and it's up to individual members to correct the record if there has been an error in what has been said. Right, we're now going to move on. Motion number 1, immunities and privileges. I call the Minister to move the motion. Catherine.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, that this House approves the Global Air Combat Programme International Government Organisation Immunities and Privileges Order 2024, copies of which were laid before the House on the 23rd of May 2024. It's my pleasure, as Minister for the Indo-Pacific and the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, to respond on behalf of the Government. In December 2022, the UK, Japan and Italy launched the Global Combat Air Programme, known as the GCAP, to deliver a next-generation aircraft by 2035. The Prime Minister reaffirmed the UK's commitment to promoting cooperation and collaboration between the UK and Italy on July 5th, with the Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni, and between the UK and Japan on July the 6th, with the Prime Minister of Japan, Minister Kishida Fumio, concurring to in the call with Japan that the security of the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific is indivisible. His Majesty's Government is committed to ensuring the security of the Indo-Pacific, working closely with our allies. For the UK, this aircraft will sit at the heart of a wider system, networked and collaborating with a range of wider air, including the F-35 and broader military capabilities. It will use information systems, weapons and uncrewed collaborative combat air platforms to complete the capability. Replacing the capability provided by Typhoon, this system will sustain the UK's operational advantage. In addition, GCAP will attract investment in research and development into digital design and advanced manufacture processes, providing opportunities for our next generation of highly skilled engineers and technicians. The signing of the... I'll continue if he allows. The signing of the Convention on the Establishment of GCAP International Government Organisation, known commonly as GIGO by the parties of the UK, Japan and Italy, took place in December 2023 and was conducted by the respective Defence Secretaries of the three nations. The GIGO will function as the executive body with the legal capacity to place contracts with industrial partners engaged in the GCAP. Through the GIGO, the UK will lead on the development of an innovative stealth fighter jet with supersonic capability and equipped with cutting-edge technology, and facilitate collaboration with key international partners, which raise the profile of the UK's combat air industrial capacity. The GIGO headquarters will be based in the UK, employing personnel from the UK, Italy and Japan. The Chief Exec and the Director posts shall be filled by nationals of different parties according to a mechanism that shall preserve a balance between the parties. Given the nature of the GIGO and an international defence organisation, the Ministry of Defence, with support from the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, has been leading on trilateral engagement and negotiations on this establishment. The Convention, once in effect, will enable closer collaboration between the parties, being the Government of Japan, Government of Italy and the UK Government, and support the development of His Majesty's Government's defence capabilities, stimulated by development of the UK-based headquarters. It will enable further collaboration with key industry partners, with the headquarters supporting hundreds of jobs and working in close partnership with Rolls-Royce, Leonardo UK and MBDA UK, and with hundreds of other companies from across the UK in the supply chain to deliver the GCAP. I'm coming to an end, and then there's 90 minutes for debate. This order in Council is a statutory instrument and forms part of the secondary legislation needed to confer legal capacity and privileges and immunities on the GCAP International Government Organisation and accords certain privileges and immunities to the organisation's personnel and the representatives of the parties to the Convention. This order was laid in draft before Parliament on the 23rd of May 2024.
Can I just clarify, it's not my decision whether to intervene. It is actually up to the Minister. And normally I would say that if a Shadow Secretary of State, but it is also up to the Minister where she does give way. Minister Catherine West.
If he wants to say something, I'd be very happy following your advice, Mr. Speaker.
I am very grateful to the Honourable Lady. Can she confirm that there will be no delay to the current planned spending this year on GCAP by the Ministry of Defence?
This instrument today, to be clear to members, new and old, is the legal framework which the programme will sit within. This hasn't got specific funding recommendations attached to it because it's the scaffolding, if you like, it's the nest within which all the work will happen. This order was laid in draft before Parliament on the 23rd of May 2024, is subject to the affirmative procedure and will be made by the Privy Council once it is approved by both Houses. Subject to approval and ratification, the treaty would enter into force on the deposit of the last instrument of ratification or acceptance of the parties. This is anticipated to be in autumn 2024 to meet the 2035 in-service date. This order confers a bespoke set of privileges and immunities to enable the GIGO to operate effectively in the UK. The Government considers these privileges and immunities both necessary and appropriate to deliver on the interests and commitments that the UK has towards the organisation.
I'm not a minister, but I was for 3 years.
As he has so much experience in the Defence Select Committee, I'm very happy to take his point.
I thank the Minister for giving way. She's a Foreign Office Minister, I believe, heading this up, not a Defence Minister, which is interesting, but it is an international agreement. Can she tell the House, because of the threat to the programme from the Defence Review, has she had any representations from the Japanese government or the Italian government, our two other major programmes, to express their concern about any threat to GCAP?
The honourable member asks an important question, and I can confirm that this is the legal framework around which the programme will sit. And I can also confirm that the Defence Secretary yesterday met with his Japanese counterparts at the show, and they were able to have further interesting discussions, and I'm sure that he will be able to continue that questioning once he is, I'm sure, once again a member of the Defence Select Committee in the autumn.
To the Minister for giving way. Many jobs in our constituencies depend on contracts with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is also interested in GCAP. What conversations have been had with Saudi Arabia around this, particularly in the light of the procrastination by the Prime Minister on this programme, which has been reaffirmed, if I'm honest, by the Honourable Lady today in her remarks?
Right honourable and gallant member asks a very important question, but there's been no procrastination. That within the month of being elected, we've got the legal framework to the House of Commons for a debate, and I think that is expediting all the important organisational arrangements so that this programme can proceed at pace. And he talks of procrastination, and I think after 14 years, I'm sure he is a master in procrastination if he was part of the last government. The privileges and immunities conferred on agency personnel and representatives are not for their personal advantage, but in order to ensure complete independence in the exercise of their functions in connection with the GCAP. To be clear, agency personnel have no personal immunity if they commit a crime, and there is a clear carve-out ensuring that they have no immunity in any vehicle incident. These immunities in respect of the GIGO cover immunity from suit and legal process, inviolability of premises and archives, and appropriate tax exemptions and reliefs in relation to its official activities. In respect of the representatives of the parties and staff, the provisions cover functional immunity and an immunity waiver. Additionally, the order also includes an exemption from the legal suit and process immunity in the case of a motor traffic accident or damage caused by a motor vehicle. This is a standard clause included in statutory instruments and treaties providing for privileges and immunities. In conclusion, The support for the GIGO's establishment ensured through this order is a unique opportunity to showcase UK leadership and innovation in the Air Force defence industry on a global stage. Through the GIGO, the UK will lead on the development of an innovative stealth fighter jet with supersonic capability and equipped with cutting-edge technology, and facilitate collaboration with key international partners which raise the profile of the UK's combat air industrial capacity. And
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much? There's much to be welcomed in the Minister's statement today. In an introduction at the very beginning, she referred to a number of aircraft companies across the whole of the United Kingdom who will be involved. My understanding, and maybe the Minister can confirm this, that Spirit will also be aerospace will be involved in that as well. I just want to confirm that that is the case. And if it is the case, it means that when it comes to the jobs and the opportunities that everybody in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland will benefit. Perhaps the Minister could confirm if that's the case. Thank you so much.
Obviously, the specifics in terms of the supply chain, etc., is not really part of today's order. However, we are aware that it is a very important part of our industrial puzzle, and I'm sure that there will be some knock-on benefits for Northern Ireland, which I know he is a fierce defender of jobs and opportunities for that wonderful place. Let me end by saying the first duty of government is to keep the country safe. Under the government, defence will be central to both the UK's security and to our economic prosperity and growth, including by harnessing the strength of our well-established defence industry. The GIGO is key to the GCAP, and the UK government continues to make positive progress with our partners, Japan and Italy, and I commend this order to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper, I now call the Shadow Secretary of State, James Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Grateful to respond to the statutory instrument. Can I begin by associating the Shadow Defence team with the remarks by the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition about this terrible attack in Kent on a British soldier? Our thoughts are with his family. I can confirm that we support the measures before us and recognise that they are necessary to deliver into law the administrative governance for the Global Combat Air Programme, GCAP. Whilst this is a Foreign Office measure today, the SI was prepared with strong input from the Ministry of Defence, which I can confirm as it certainly crossed my desk when I was Minister for Defence Procurement. May I put on record that it was a great honour to serve as Defence Procurement Minister with significant responsibility in relation to GCAP, Mr. Speaker, and alongside the two previous Secretaries of State, Ben Wallace and Grant Shapps. In particular, it was a privilege to engage with our international GCAP partners from Italy and Japan, whom I had the pleasure to host last September in Lancaster House for trilateral discussions. This is not just about delivering UK military capability in the crucial area of combat air, but doing so to the benefit of two great partners, and in the case of Japan, one that faces the threat of China and Russia right on its doorstep. Since that trilateral, the project has achieved significant goals, not least the signing of the international treaty last December that we are legislating for today, a treaty that establishes the legal basis for the formation of a new GCAP international organisation, the GIGO. I'm delighted we're able to agree that the international HQ of the GIGO will be in the UK, but in keeping with the spirit of equal partnership that underpins GCAP, with the first chief executives of the GCAP agency and joint venture respectively being from Italy and Japan. As such, the SI before us effectively enables this international treaty to enter into effect, with further important measures on immunity and privileges that are necessary for the effective operation of the GIGO. All that said, Mr. Speaker, while this SI is necessary to deliver GCAP's governance arrangements, it will not directly deliver a single aircraft. Alongside this SI, we need the government to wholeheartedly back the GCAP programme, ensuring that it has the funding necessary to deliver our sixth-generation fighter capability. Indeed, it would be quite extraordinary for the government to ask us as a House to approve these regulations if we were at the same time seriously contemplating scrapping UK involvement in GCAP. And yet, that prospect has figured prominently in the press in recent days, for whilst the best of British defence aviation has been gathered at Riyadh and Farnborough, incredibly, the government has not been able to repeat the previous wholehearted backing of GCAP that it gave prior to the general election. In responding to the statement from his predecessor Grant Shapps on December the 18th last year, when he confirmed trilateral agreement for the GCAP treaty, the now Secretary of State said, when he was in my role as Shadow, He said, developing a sixth-generation fighter will ensure that we can continue to safeguard our UK skies and those of our NATO allies for decades to come. It will inspire innovation, strengthen UK industry, and keep Britain at the cutting edge of defence technology. I totally agree with his remarks. Yet fast forward to the present, and as we heard just now at Prime Minister's questions, the Prime Minister is only able to say that the programme is important. Meanwhile, the Minister for the Armed Forces, with great respect, he's on the front bench, and I do have great respect for him personally, when he was asked, he said, it is not right for me to prejudge what might happen in the Defence Review, thus implying that the Defence Review might not continue the UK's commitment to GCAP. So we now need clarity from the government, for Parliament, for industry, for our international partners. We are being asked to approve this SI in turn to deliver a key stepping stone for the GCAP project. So is the government still committed to that project? This is my guess at what is currently happening. I would be truly staggered, Mr. Speaker, if the government were to withdraw from a programme that it has previously given such fulsome support for, not because they are a party that doesn't know a good U-turn, but because that would bring international ramifications that do not bear thinking about, either for the Foreign Office or the Ministry of Defence. Yep. Rather, in my view, it is another department we need to have in mind, one that I also had the pleasure to serve in, which is the Treasury. I suspect the overall question of whether the government is committed to GCAP or not is a red herring. What really matters is whether they are committed to funding it this year, with important spending decisions to be made right now, and they'll be in the inbox of the Secretary of State funding decisions on GCAP, and we want to see them continuing that funding in the years beyond. And we want to know whether they are using this review as a chance to shift spending decisions to the right. It is not unprecedented in the history of the Treasury to work in this way, under successive governments probably, offering illusory short-term savings but causing immediate and lasting pain to the most important conventional defence programme of our time. To be clear, and I mean this, I have the greatest respect for the way the Treasury has to balance the books and be responsible for the nation's finances. I was delighted that the previous government proposed moving to 2.5%, once it was both affordable, because we were prepared to make difficult decisions to fund that 2.5% by reducing the size of the civil service back to pre-pandemic levels, and also sustainable, because far from this government inheriting what the Chief Secretary has described as the worst economic inheritance since World War II, we did what we promised and only moved to 2.5% once the economic conditions allowed, namely inflation back to target, Mr. Speaker, healthy economic growth, and a deficit heading towards a little over 1% over the forecast period. So that is our clear pathway to 2.5% versus their uncertainty and delay on that pathway, which makes the real difference. To understand the direct, short-term importance of 2.5%, and its relevance to GCAP and this statutory instrument, Mr. Speaker, we only need to go back to what the now Secretary of State said in that response, which I referred to earlier, to the statement from Grant Shapps in December. As he went on to say when he was Shadow Secretary of State, this month, the National Audit Office reported on the MOD's equipment plan. It exposed a £17 billion black hole in Britain's defence plans and showed that ministers have lost control of the defence budget. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is not so much that we lost control of the defence budget, rather Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine and sent inflation soaring all around the world. And in a world that was then in a rush to rearm, inevitably, this context caused an inevitable hit to the costs of major defence projects and materiel. And I personally have never pretended otherwise. But bearing in mind the equipment plan, which is the MOD's forward inventory, sir, is over 10 years, the National Audit Office's assessment of a black hole did not take account of one particular thing, moving to 2.5% by 2030. So as I said in my wind-up to Thursday's debate on the gracious speech, by setting out a fully costed and clearly timetabled pathway to 2.5%, we were able to fix that pressure, to deal with those funding pressures head-on and ensure that our largest two programmes, the nuclear deterrent and GCAP, would be stabilised and, as a result, properly funded into the future. And I asked the then Foreign Office Minister responding to my wind-up speech to confirm that their timetable would not put funding of either programme at risk, and there was no answer, and we've had no answer today either. This is the problem. The government can afford to bring forward this SI and continue building the administrative apparatus for GCAP. But we fear it cannot afford to approve the funding requirements for the next stage of actually building the aircraft because of its vacillation on reaching 2.5%. Whereas we are clear on this side that we support the SI on the basis that we are supporting GCAP as a whole, including putting in place the funding necessary to deliver its requirements over the urgent timescale all 3 member nations require. But this is a key point, Mr. Speaker. To all three nations, GCAP is about pace and timetable. For the UK and Italy, that means replacing the Typhoon before it is withdrawn from service towards 2040, and for Japan, with equal urgency, replacing the Mitsubishi F2. That is why any delay or deferment, whether caused by the lack of a clear timetable to 2.5% or otherwise, is so important and critical. Overall, this is my view, I happen to believe that withdrawing from GCAP now would amount to the equivalent of scrapping the Spitfire programme in the 1930s. It is that serious, Mr. Speaker. But if such an outcome is seriously under consideration, and we know that there are those in government who are hugely sceptical, then for the remainder of my remarks, I want to explain ultimately why we are supporting this SI, because on this side of the House, we believe GCAP is a military necessity that will bring enormous economic and strategic benefits to the United Kingdom. So to start with the military capability argument, Mr. Speaker, if there is one key lesson from Ukraine, it is that in the absence of air superiority, you face the prospect of terrible attritional warfare with huge casualties reminiscent of the worst battles in World War II.
Will my honourable friend allow me?
I give way to my old friend.
I know it's thinking very far ahead into the future, but does he accept that one of the lessons from the Ukraine combat, where we have had to give indirect support, is the importance of maintaining in mothballs, if necessary, aircraft that you've withdrawn from service so they can be made available to allies should they ever face a crisis like this. So when the happy day comes that we have this great 6th generation aircraft, can we be certain that we haven't unduly disposed of their predecessors in case someone else might need them in the future?
Well, it's an interesting question from my honourable friend, and I did find whenever I was in front of the Select Committee, and it was always a great joy, Mr. Speaker, and privilege to be cross-examined, particularly by my colleagues on this side. There is always this debate about when you withdraw platforms and when you bring in their replacement, and that will never go away, and I wish the Armed Forces Minister well when he has that unique privilege and experience of going in front of the committee. What I would say genuinely to honourable friend on this particular point, we have to accept it is a matter of avionic reality, if you like, that the Typhoon will reach the end of its service life, and we as a country have to replace it, and GCAP is key to that with the construction of the new core platform. So whilst investing in the best combat air capability does not guarantee air superiority in the future, it offers us the chance to deny adversaries such potentially deadly freedom of operation by maintaining technological competitiveness. But there are those who say, and I notice in the Daily Telegraph this very day, similar views expressed, why don't we just go off the shelf and simply buy more F-35s? There's even a rumour that some government departments, such as I've mentioned earlier, may take a view along these lines. We must be clear, the F-35, whilst a brilliant and highly capable aircraft, is a 5th, not a 6th generation platform, not optimised for the battle space likely to pertain by the late 2030s, and that the United States, who after all manufacture the F-35, are themselves investing in a 6th generation programme, as are our adversaries, Mr. Speaker. To give it way to him.
I commend the Shadow Minister for what he's saying. There's a good focus now, a great focus on the issues of technology and modern technology and our companies and what they're involved with. I know that the Shadow Minister has a tremendous interest in Northern Ireland. He visits there regularly in his role in the former government. Can he perhaps give us some suggestion to this chamber in relation to our Spirit Aerospace in Northern Ireland and their role that they could and will play in the way forward for the future? Thank you so much.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, who is an absolute champion of the defence industry in Northern Ireland. He's right. I think one of my last visits was to the Talis factory in Belfast, which, of course, home to the NLAW and to LMM and other key munitions. But in terms of aerospace, the first SME forum I held, Mr. Speaker, as the Defence Procurement Minister, was in Larne in Northern Ireland on Armed Forces Day last year, where Spirit, one of the attendees, and I'm confident they have a strong place in the future of British aviation in the defence sector, as long as we put the funding in place and as long as we keep with the programmes. Having said all this, Mr. Speaker, there must be obviously debate when you're spending this amount of money on a capability, and I do understand why there are those who look at the sums of money involved, the timeframes and so on. And I would just say this as a former procurement minister. I would not support a programme which was purely about such a vast amount of money just for a new core platform to replace Typhoon, just to be clear. Which brings us to what GCAP is really about. And to the Minister's credit, she mentioned this in her opening remarks. One of the last visits I had to a land company, a company manufacturing armoured vehicles for this country, the chief executive I was speaking to referred to the GCAP of land. And the point is, when we talk about GCAP, yes, the A stands for air. But really, when we use GCAP in military capability terms, it means as much about how you work with autonomous systems, with uncrewed systems. This is really what the key to the sixth generation concept is. I'm very passionate about this. I was proud to bring forward the first defence drone strategy, Mr. Speaker, at the Ministry of Defence. And I think that whilst there are those concerned about the time frame, I'll just make these points. First of all, actually, the timescale for delivering GCAP is very ambitious compared to Typhoon. But in particular, there are benefits we can bring from this in capability terms on a much shorter timescale. We heard the Chief of the General Staff, who was talking about the need for the Army to be able to fight a war within 3 years. And when I was Defence Procurement Minister, I was keen to ensure that all of the services were looking at what they could do to boost lethality and survivability in the near term. And surely the key to that is how we make use of uncrewed systems, Mr. Speaker. The United Kingdom is incredibly well placed in this regard. We lead the maritime coalition in respect of Ukraine. We jointly lead it with Norway, where, of course, Ukraine's greatest military success has been naval. It has been to push back the Russian fleet, using what we might describe as innovative weapons rather than traditional, shall we say, naval deployments. And likewise on land, the incredible importance of drones, it cannot be overstated. Indeed, even the psychological impact of those fighting out there. But please give way.
Mr. Speaker, I totally confer and agree with what the Minister is saying with regard to the requirement and necessity of sixth generation aircraft. And also in terms of maintaining sovereign capability. But would he agree with me that it seems peculiar that the Americans themselves are developing their own sixth generation aircraft with Lockheed Martin, the French and the Germans are developing their own sixth generation aircraft as well, and we have forged a strange partnership between the Italians and the Japanese working with ourselves to develop GCAP. Do you think that makes sense in terms of pooling effort and making sure that our allies have at least one good sixth generation fighter aircraft?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, but I do not regard it as a strange partnership. All my experience of dealing with GCAP, of meeting my Italian and Japanese counterparts, of meeting particularly industry from all three countries, working so closely together, there's already so much work going on. It is about developing a brilliant platform which is needed by all three nations. I think there will always be a multiplicity of platforms from different countries. I think that's perfectly healthy. And I think what is good about what the Honourable Gentleman said, he's opened up this point about the debate on sovereign capability, which I will come to shortly. I just wanted to finish on the point of the uncrewed domain and what it means to be sixth generation. Because,
could he just very briefly?
Of course, it's a pleasure.
He was a very good procurement minister.
Yeah.
And we liked him at the committee because, crikey, he actually answered the questions. And he'll know from that experience that even the Americans, who have a new thing called the new Global Air Dominance Fighter, are struggling to afford that. There have been media reports in the US. They may even cancel the programme because even the Americans can't afford to do everything unilaterally anymore. In light of that, does he believe that a three-way programme represents quite good value for money?
Well, my honourable friend, who, of course, we mustn't forget, not only served in the committee, was an armed forces minister, makes an excellent point. And I think, there are those who argue we should go beyond 2.5%. I would argue that 2.5% is still a significant jump for this country. We had a funded plan. And at 2.5%, but crucially and critically, with the pathway we set out, which became an accumulation of significant additional billions of pounds for MOD, that enabled us to afford GCAP, to stabilise that programme. But I just want to make this crucial point on the uncrewed part, because I have to be frank. the uncrewed side of Navy, Army, Air Force, these are not funded programmes. The funding has come hitherto primarily from support for Ukraine. Now, that is entirely logical because under the defence drone strategy, we're very clear. There's no point now, the Army, for example, ordering large-scale drones. They may order them to train with, but the technology is changing so fast. What we need as a country to build, what I set out in the drone strategy, is the ecosystem to develop them, and we are doing that. I said it in my statement on the integrated procurement model, my most inspiring moment as Defence Procurement Minister was visiting a UK SME that was building a drone for use in Ukraine, highly capable platform, but brilliantly was getting feedback and re-spiralling it, as we call it, the very next day, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to make this point, that on GCAP, it should be a technology for the whole of defence. It should be a pan-defence technology of how we team with uncrewed systems, how the Navy fights with an uncrewed fleet above the surface and below the surface, for the Army as well, and of course for the Air Force. Just two final points on military capability. There's been a couple of points floating around the press. The first, that the Army somehow is putting out their opposition to GCAP. I find that impossible to believe. The idea, of course, if the Army wants to succeed, it needs the support of the Air Force and so on. And I think that's why an integrated approach to procurement is so important, not single service competition. There's also been this point that we should choose, Mr. Speaker, between GCAP and AUKUS, as if somehow when the next war comes, the Russians will sort of step into our dressing room and ask if we'd like to bowl or bat. Would we like to fight on land or sea? What is our preference? The fact is we don't know where the threat will come from, but we know that it is growing, and therefore we should support both GCAP and AUKUS, not least for the enormous economic benefit they bring, which you'll be pleased to know, Mr. Speaker, brings me to the last part of my speech on the economic benefits of GCAP. So there are those who say buy off the shelf, and we would stress how in a state of ever greater war readiness, it pays to have operational independence and sovereignty. But in particular, investing in the great tradition of UK combat air offers huge economic gains for every part of the country. In 2020, PricewaterhouseCoopers estimated that the Tempest programme alone will support an average of 20,000 jobs every year from 2026 to 2050. Those are well-paid jobs, Mr. Speaker, in every constituency up and down in the country, and many in Lancashire, as you all know, sir. Scrapping GCAP would hit our economy hard. Even delaying or deferring GCAP expenditure will undermine our brilliant aerospace industry, on display this past week at Riyadh and Farnborough, and cast doubt over vast sums of private investment that's waiting, from which hundreds of UK SMEs would stand to benefit. And there was an interesting point raised by the Leader of the Opposition earlier, asking the Prime Minister about export and discussions with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Let me just say it's an incredibly important point. I was clear that in reforming procurement, you have to have exportability at the heart of it, because otherwise industrial supply chains wither. It's as simple as that. The demand from this country is not big enough. This has been the French lesson for many years. That's why they put so much effort into export, and we need to do the same, whether it's GCAP or any other platforms or capability manufactured by the United Kingdom. So to undermine GCAP is to undermine our economy, our future warfighting capability and relations with our closest international partners. The government should instead embrace GCAP wholeheartedly and confirm that it stands by its previous position of steadfast support. Then they should commit to a clear timetable on 2.5% so that we can turbocharge the programme by investing not only in the core platform but in the associated technology of autonomous collaboration and a digital system of systems approach enabling the mass and rapid absorption of battle-space data. To conclude, the best way to win the next war is to deter it from happening in the first place. Part of our overall deterrence posture is to signal to our adversaries of our preparedness to always be ready to outcompete their technology. How can we send that deterrent signal if we have such mixed messages on our largest conventional military programme? We support this SI, we support GCAP, and we support the powerful gains it will give to the United Kingdom's economic and military strength.
And just gently say, I welcome the very thorough response from the opposition, but it is taking twice as long as the front bench, and I do have some other speakers on his own side that will also want to get in. So please, let's just work to make sure we can all get everybody through. I now come to a maiden speech, Kelvin Bailey.
I thank the Shadow Minister for his speech, and Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. It appears that for once my sense of timing has been impeccable, having completed 24 years and 7 months of service in the Royal Air Force. I've arrived on time, uniquely placed as the only person who could sequence their maiden speech in amongst the debate about military aircraft. Unfortunately, like the Right Honourable Member for Bootle suggested in his riposte to the King's speech, I will not be wearing a silk smoking jacket. Mr. Speaker, it's a life of service to this House which also characterises my predecessor's career. A loved politician, John Cryer gave 14 years of service to the constituency of Leighton and Wanstead and 9 years as a member for Hornchurch before this. He is a fine parliamentarian and, more importantly, a fine socialist, like his mother and father before him. His incredible commitment to the Parliamentary Labour Party as its chair for the past 9 years was instrumental in helping us get to where we are today. Whilst he now moves on to the other place, I'm certain that his children and his family's legacy will follow in his footsteps in years to come. This sentiment of service is also something that resonates deeply with me. Service is fundamental to who I am, and it's fundamental to the government and to my commitment to a wonderful constituency of Leighton and Wanstead. I am here because my constituents place their trust in me, a trust for which I am grateful and will repay with service and a commitment to ensuring they are represented in this place to the fullest of my abilities. At the centre of my constituency is Leytonstone, the heart of which is our beloved Whipps Cross Hospital. Whipps has served our constituency for 121 years, during which time its NHS staff, quiet professionals, have given selflessly for those in need within our community. And yet this hospital is emblematic of 14 years of foul Tory commitments and lack of investment. Its rebuilding is central to my tenure as an MP. Leytonstone is also a cradle for talent, having been home to notable figures such as namesake David Bailey and Car Train, sports stars Joe Fenn, Andros Townsend and David Beckham, or of RAF pedigree as the home of Douglas Webb, DFM, the front gunner in the famous Dam Busters raid, or more lately, Officer Commanding 47 Squadrons, James Schoberg. Leveraging this rich heritage to inspire our youth and to give them pathways to success is a personal commitment of mine. Opportunities like these were scarce for young people like me. Creating similar pathways for our youth will be central to my service. Leytonstone is also home to one of the most financially deprived areas in the country, but it is a spirited community which seeks to heal itself. Community leadership from Canhall Mosque ensures the provision to all local people of much-needed food bank and a youth group. Similarly, at St Margaret's and St Columba, others gather to preserve a sense of community despite their obvious hardships. Community spirit is also strong in South Woodford and Wanstead. If Whipps is the heart of our constituency, Wanstead is its lungs and the River Roding its veins. Wanstead Park is part of our historic Epping Forest, which was saved by campaigners like Octavia Hill, founder of the National Trust, and the spirit of activism and preservation continues in the Wanstead Community Gardens, the South Woodford Society, and the ever-popular Wanstead Fringe Festival. To the south is Leighton, home of Leighton Orient Football Club. The O's and their trust embody the best of our community. From their sacrifices during the PAL Regiment in the First World War to their work with Waltham Forest Age UK, they support our vulnerable veterans. The club is also proud to celebrate our diverse communities, epitomised by Laurie Cunningham, the club's first black player. His legacy continues to inspire, as does the leadership of Omar Beckles in improving representation in football. Leadership reflective of the club's leadership in the establishment of governance for our footballing world. Efforts like these are key to me. Visible role models and leadership is essential for diverse communities. Without these inspirational characters, young black people, like me, will not see themselves in places of power. I reflect on a very low number of black men in our politics, despite an increase in representation across all ethnic groups. Addressing this is key to fixing the inequalities which face young people, particularly in the area of knife crime. A pivotal moment in my upbringing was the murder of Stephen Lawrence. And whilst we are aware of the continuing failure to provide justice to my friend Stuart's family, we all know of the institutional failings that have led to this. I want to point you all to a number of things surrounding this which were formative for me. First, the absence of representation inhibits our ability to hear voices and understand the challenges faced by others like us. I reflected during the campaign that when I was young, I carried a knife, not because I wished to attack anyone, but because I was scared and felt that my befallen friend's brother the fate that had befallen my friend's brother could happen to me and others like me. Mistakenly, I assumed that I could look after myself similarly, but sadly, we know that this is not the case, and those that carry knives are more likely to be killed themselves. We need people like me to translate these experiences into policy. Second, in some ways, most importantly, I look back with great upset and anger on how this matter was politicised by extreme groups. Our anger and upset was channeled by populists who manipulated us for their own political ends. These voices are present in our House and vocal in our politics, and we must challenge them openly to prevent these issues actors fostering anger, hate and division within our communities. I fear it is our greatest threat to democracy. We must be fundamental in our moderation. We must challenge these behaviours without fear, openly separating them from the underlying issues. Finally, what saw me through this period in my life and through a highly decorated flying career in the Royal Air Force are two things I value the most. First, my friends, and second, my family. My mother and father instilled in me the values and virtues of service and humanity. My sisters shaped me and helped me see the world through the eyes of a woman. My friends shepherded me through school, college and university, and through every difficult challenge in my life. But it is my wife who has supported me steadfastly through a military career and has grown our wonderful family. I love her deeply and will never be able to thank her enough. But the reason I'm here is my service, not just as a member of this House, but to our nation and the RAF. I have chosen to speak in this debate because as a young engineering student, I recall learning of the failings of the Duncan Sands Defence Review, which did deep and lasting damage to our aerospace industry and industrial base. Already we have heard voices which state that our commitment to this programme is a fallacy, but acceptance of this is merely acceptance of a failure to manage defence programmes and the companies contracted to deliver them. It is not GCAP which is a fallacy, but the way we contract and manage such programmes. Our interaction with defence primes must change. We must encourage risk-taking because without it there is no innovation. We must not allow the customer to set and the demand for technologies that the customer itself cannot conceive. We need to be a government that better understands science, and we need an industry that is incentivised with accountability. We have the 6th largest defence budget in the world. We must get our money's worth, and we must make sure that our money leads to our security and not to excess corporate bonuses. It's for this reason why the Armed Forces Minister's remarks about the sanctity of the Defence Review are key. We cannot allow defence to simply be bought out of its overspend. This is an exciting programme with 2 close and valued partners, and the government's Defence Review is critical to this.
Richard Ford, Lib Dem spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an absolute honour to follow the honourable and gallant member for Leighton and Wanstead. And I should say that he has delivered an absolutely excellent maiden speech. It is an example to every new member and old member of this House that he should set out his love and affection for the place that he lives and the place in which he has clearly spent many happy years. It is obviously a custom in this House to use the term honourable and gallant for somebody who has served. But in the case of the honourable member for Leighton and Wanstead, it has particular resonance because the honourable member received the MBE a decade ago in recognition of meritorious, gallant and distinguished services. He gave a tremendous speech, and I think the whole House will have heard him talk about the importance of a new hospital to his constituency, and will have heard him talk about the scourge of knife crime, his own personal reflections on why it is that young people carry knives. And I think we will all reflect on his thoughts and comments as he makes them in the months and years to come. I would like, Mr. Speaker, to welcome to her place as Minister of State at the FCDO, the Honourable Member for Hornsey and Friern Barnet, and I wanted to congratulate her on the new role at the FCDO. I feel hopeful that, given that she was the shadow in that role for some time, that she has a good understanding of our partnerships, not just in Europe, but in East and Southeast Asia, and that they are safe with her. On behalf of the Liberal Democrats, I'd like to welcome the announcement from this government today that they remain committed to the Global Combat Air Programme. But I also wanted to welcome the presence in the King's speech of this Strategic Defence Review. And reflecting on the speech that we've just heard, it is absolutely essential that we go through a Strategic Defence Review every time we have a serious change of government, as we have after 14 years. And it was encouraging to hear that this will be published soon, within the first half of the next year. Professor Michael Clark points out that this is the 12th Defence Review that will have taken place since the end of the Cold War, and that most have not been very strategic. He says that most of the reviews have been cost-cutting exercises, and that only a couple of them could be described as genuinely strategic. But he goes on, I think this one has an ambition to be more genuinely strategic. I will.
I entirely agree with his analysis about past strategic defence reviews, and I particularly remember the 1998 SDR, which was after a Labour landslide, and it was strategic. It did outline concepts that stood the test of time, and one of the reasons for that was that it gave other people the opportunity to contribute to the review. So I'm hoping that Labour ministers might just pay a little bit of attention to the idea that if they want their strategic defence and security review to do well, they should open up the process so that people on a non-partisan basis can have serious input to it. And I'm delighted to see my friend the Minister nodding his agreement.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Member for that intervention. And what I gather so far is that the government is prepared to listen to external expertise. I was very encouraged to hear that Fiona Hill is going to be very much at the pinnacle of this review. I know, as an example, that she has a great deal of insight into matters Europe and in relation to Russia in particular. But I think also what this defence review will need to do is to look not only at means, which is what we're discussing today, but at ends and ways. And so that it only comes to thinking about means after thinking about ends and ways. Because the problem with preempting a review and leaping straight into talking about particular procurement programmes is that it only then serves, at this stage at least, to start to raise questions about what programmes haven't been confirmed so far. In the week of the Farnborough Air Show, there have been lots of questions raised about GCAP, or Tempest as the fighter aircraft will be known in the UK. On Saturday, one headline warned,
The RAF jet may never get off the ground on Monday, a subtitle read, questions are being asked about whether it should be scrapped to save money. On Tuesday, an opinion column warned, the government's silence over the future of the Tempest fighter is deeply concerning. But sometimes it's not just as simple as a question of whether to spend. It's also a question of whether to spend in the near term or the long term, on procuring equipment today or in the future. And there is a trade-off in combat power between the near term and the long term. I appreciate that the government will be seeking to confirm to our allies that GCAP will proceed and will want to be reassuring Italy and Japan, and also offering some reassurance to commercial partners too. And those of us from the West Country look no further than Yeovil to see what a success Leonardo has been for industry in our region, and see that defence exports from Yeovil amounted to 1.6 billion in 18 months. So clearly this does matter a great deal to UK industry. But we do have to think about what else is going on in the commercial space. And we've heard already that there is a European consortium made up of other nations, of France, of Germany and of Spain. The SCAF, this other European consortium developing a fighter jet, is working in parallel. And I think what I would urge the government is to consider whether these systems can be as interoperable as possible. The pyramid open systems architecture that we anticipate will be part of GCAP would do well to be able to speak with whatever SCAF comes up with. Aside from GCAP, the Strategic Defence Review should also consider the UK's existing air capabilities, existing combat air in particular. There are 26 Tranche 1 Typhoon fighter aircraft that are due to be retired from service at the end of next March, and the option remains for these Tranche 1 aircraft to be brought up to the standard of Tranche 2 or Tranche 3. BAE Systems provided the previous government with the structural and avionic modifications that would be required, but the last government chose to not take that up. And instead, the last government intended to put the 26 Tranche 1 aircraft onto a so-called reduce to produce programme to strip them of usable parts for the Typhoon's fleet for its inventory of spares. And I wonder whether consideration also could be given to whether these could become Tranche 2 and Tranche 3 instead. It is already the case that an initial order of 150 F-35 Lightning aircraft was scaled back to 138 F-35. And this was in part to release funding to GCAP. So we can see that there is always this trade-off between thinking about future combat air in 2035 versus what we might need today. Upgrading the 26 Tranche 1 fighter aircraft would grow the UK's Typhoon fleet from 107 to 133. And of course, they won't have the latest air-to-ground capabilities of the F-35, and they certainly won't have the sort of range or payload or stealth capabilities that we will expect of GCAP and of Tempest. But the point is, they would be available soon. And in recent months, we've seen Typhoon intercept Russian long-range maritime patrol bombers north of the Shetland Islands, within NATO's northern air policing area. Now does not seem to be the time to cannibalise Typhoon Tranche 1 for spare parts. I recall from my own service the phrase used in the armed forces that we should deal with the crocodile nearest the boat. In announcing that GCAP will go ahead, I trust that the Defence Review will also appraise those near-term risks in our near abroad, rather than simply carrying on with existing programmes because they are already in train. In closing, I would like to pose 3 questions to the ministerial team. 1, is the GCAP programme still too linked to the assumptions about geopolitics from the 2021 Integrated Review? And is it taking into full account the Integrated Review refresh of 2023, and particularly the Russian invasion of Ukraine? 2, if there is to be a parallel development of GCAP and SCAF by other European allies, can they reassure us that consideration is being given to interoperability, such as in relation to open systems architecture? And 3, if there's not enough money in the pot to upgrade Typhoon Tranche 1, buy more F-35 and develop GCAP, which of these three initiatives is the UK unlikely to do? Thank you.
Mark Francois.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, may I begin by congratulating you on your election, welcoming you to the chair, and I'm sure you will proceed over chair our proceedings excellently. We wish you all good luck. May I also thank the member for Leighton and Wanstead for a very fine, fluent, and at times, if I may say so, poignant maiden speech. He spoke very well on behalf of his constituents. I have it on good authority that when my honourable friend was the procurement minister, he took him on a tour of Bryce Norton and helped to brief him on the A400M, and he's asked me to pass on his thanks. Thirdly, as a former army officer, can I say to a former RAF officer what a great pleasure it is to see the RAF turn up on time. There is indeed a first time for everything. The purpose of the order, Madam Deputy Speaker, is laid out very clearly in the explanatory notes in para 4.1. It gives effect to the convention between the government of the Italian Republic, the government of Japan and the government of the UK to establish the Global Combat Air Programme International Government Organisation, the GIGO, signed on the 14th of December 2023. The convention, as it points out, was negotiated by the Ministry of Defence. So my third welcome now to the Minister of State at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, and it's good to see her in her place today, but as the convention was nominated by the Ministry of Defence, perhaps if she has time to reply by the leave of the House, she could explain why it's the FCDO and not the MOD that are taking this SI, just for clarity. She also very kindly nominated me for a place on the House of Commons Defence Committee. And as today appears to be a day for people taking up nominations, I will gladly accept that and announce that I'm going to run for that. Secondly, could I just point out also that in the explanatory notes, the policy context for this order is described as follows, and it's important. In December 2022, the Prime Ministers of the UK, Japan and Italy, the Prime Ministers, launched GCAP to deliver a next-generation aircraft by 2035. The signing of the GCAP convention between the partners took place in December 23 and was conducted by the respective defence secretaries of the three nations. The GIGO will function as the executive body with the legal capacity to place contracts with industrial partners engaged in the GCAP. And so far, Madam Deputy Speaker, so good. But the reason that this debate today takes on some additional resonance is because we now have a defence review which some people have interpreted as a sword of Damocles now hanging over this important programme. And my fourth welcome is to the new Minister of State for the Armed Forces, who represents a military constituency, and it's good to see him in his place too. The Prime Minister, at Prime Minister's questions a few minutes ago, described GCAP as a really important programme, and it is. And it was good that he was able to go to Farnborough and to see the mock-up of the aircraft for himself and to receive a briefing. When I served on the previous Defence Committee in the last Parliament in March 2024, we travelled to Japan to examine the programme as best we could from the Japanese perspective. We spoke to politicians, civil servants, industrialists and the Japanese Air Self-Defence Force, their military, and we were going to write what I believe would have been a very positive report, and then someone went and called a general election. And we can't blame the Minister for that, but she and some of her colleagues somehow did appear to benefit from it. There are three things from that trip, though, that I would like to stress, three themes that came out very strongly. The first was the absolute unanimity of purpose among the Japanese to deliver the programme. As one politician put it to us, we live in a tough neighbourhood, including three autocracies with nuclear weapons. We need to strengthen our defences, and this programme is fundamental to that. I think that's a very good summary, if I might offer, of the Japanese perspective. Secondly, We were struck by the willingness of the Japanese to consider third-party exports of the GCAP in order to make the aircraft affordable by increasing its production run. It's something that my honourable friend was always very hot on when he was the procurement minister. I would add, I think that's a view that the Japanese, for various historical reasons, would not necessarily have taken even a few years ago. So it's important. Thirdly, they had an absolute determination to achieve the in-service date of 2035, which is referred to directly in the memorandum. The Japanese Air Self-Defence Force uses a mixture of F-15J Eagle aircraft and the F-2, which is a sort of souped-up version of the American F-16. They're both very good and capable aircraft, but they're both getting rather long in the tooth. And they have to plan forward against a threat from the Chinese J-20 or the Russian Su-57, and the risk is that by the mid-30s, those aircraft will be outmatched by those two very powerful new combat aircraft. Reference has been made to the F-35. It's a fine aircraft, but it's expensive to buy and it's very expensive to run. The Americans have found that to their cost. The F-35 was nicknamed by the American media the plane that ate the Pentagon. So it might not necessarily be the answer to the Treasurer's dreams. Moreover, for the record, deliveries of the F-35 to the United States forces were suspended for nearly a year. They've only just been resumed because of problems in upgrading the computers and the software. So if we're going to talk about the realities, the F-35 has been quite a troubled programme and to some extent continues to be so. What would be the implications of cancellation? Well, this is an international agreement, and as it says in the explanatory notes to the memorandum at para 7, no external consultation was undertaken as the instrument implements provisions of an international agreement to which the United Kingdom will be obliged to give effect as a matter of international law once it enters into force. So the first implication, were we to cancel it, is that it would put back Anglo-Japanese relations and indeed Anglo-Italian relations arguably for decades. I wouldn't want to be the CEO of a British company trying to sell something to the Japanese government in the aftermath of a cancellation of GCAP. Secondly, given the scale and the prominence of the programme, there'd be a very serious risk that we in the United Kingdom would achieve a reputation as an unreliable partner in major military collaborative programmes, everything from AUKUS through to collaboration in space. In an era, Madam Deputy Speaker, where things like a sixth-generation combat aircraft are so expensive that even as I intimated earlier, the Americans are struggling to afford one on their own, the reality for us as a medium power is we'd need to collaborate. We'd find it very difficult to find future partners if on a programme as important and sizable as this, we suddenly were to cancel it for economic or for financial reasons. Thirdly, it would make a nonsense of the UK's so-called tilt to the Pacific, which was inherent to the so-called integrated review and was reinforced when the review was refreshed before the general election. How can we tilt to the Pacific if we then cancel a major collaborative programme with an absolutely critical Pacific partner who faces challenges from Russia and China even more immediately than we do? Our name bluntly would be mud in that theatre of operations if we were to do this. And then fourthly, there's what one might call the prosperity agenda. The government, as they said in the King's speech, are very committed to growth. Let's not debate building and Greenbelt now. Let's focus on this. But in the last few years, about 80% of the UK's defence exports have come from combat air. That's mainly sales of Typhoon and or our 15% work share on the F-35. That's averaged around about, as a rough order of magnitude number, about £6 billion a year. So again, what would be the threat to our exports and our reputation as a reliable supplier if we were to cancel this? So what should we do? The JIGO, which this memorandum establishes, will incorporate prominent representatives from all three countries, from the UK, Japan and Italy, and it will be headquartered here. If the programme is to survive, which I strongly believe it should, the JIGO as the management organisation has an absolutely vital role to play. It's going to have to be leaner and less bureaucratic than its predecessor organisations which oversaw the Tornado programme and the Typhoon programme. Two wonderful aircraft with a proud heritage in the Royal Air Force, but everyone, I think, as it were, in the industry would admit that those organisations were a bit too bureaucratic. The JIGO is going to have to be a lot leaner and meaner to get the job done. And the principal industrial partners, BAE Systems, Rolls-Royce, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries and Leonardo, and there are others, are now going to have a real challenge. Historically, the answer on a dilemma like this might have been, look, it's a very complicated programme. It's going to take years to achieve. It all depends how many countries join. It all depends how many aircraft they buy. It all depends on what configuration they go for. Will the Saudis participate? Will they want it built in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia if they do? There are lots of imponderables, so we'll come back to you in about 5 years' time with a unit price. That won't wash. So one of the first tasks I would submit of the JIGO, working with those industrial partners and the three governments, is to come up with at least a realistic pricing envelope for the programme that the Treasury can then look at and hopefully take a positive view on. If they don't do that, even for this, there can be no blank cheque. Just to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's no such thing as an uncancelable defence programme, although I still hope for Ajax. But this comes close. To cancel this for short-term financial reasons would be a disaster, militarily, politically, diplomatically and industrially. If it comes down to GCAP or AUKUS or Ajax, then for me Ajax has to go, and I say that as a former soldier. But we need to understand the implications of cancelling this programme and how extremely serious they are. I was a soldier, but the Royal Air Force has an absolutely proud tradition in the defence of this country and its interests, going back to the Battle of Britain and the First World War. When it grew out of the army, I would hasten to say, they need this aircraft.
And the Navy.
And the Navy, in which my father served for completeness. We need this aircraft. The Japanese need this aircraft. The Italian need this aircraft. The West needs this aircraft. By all means, let's control the costs. But let's keep it. We're not going to scrap the Spitfire of the future. Thank you.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to see you in the chair. I look forward to you extending your authority to unruly fourth parties, even if they're new to that role. I welcome this SI, giving as it does effect to the Convention on the Establishment of the GCAP. The GCAP, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not important. It's absolutely vital on a range of different priorities, which I would urge the new government to pay very close attention to. It's vital for the United Kingdom to be able to play its role in defending our values against peer or near-peer adversaries and the threats that they present to our way of life. And you will not do that in the very near future if you cannot command a sixth-generation capability. It's vital for developing and maintaining sovereign air capability. If you had no legacy of manufacturing complex combat air systems, you could not start it. You cannot start that enterprise from nothing. And the flip side of that inevitable truth is that if you allow what you have developed at great cost to the public purse over the last 100 years, you allow not only the legacy of world-leading extraordinary aircraft that have come, civil and military, that have come out of the United Kingdom over the last 100 years, you defeat that legacy, but you also create an extraordinary gap in your ability to defend the realm, the first duty of any government. And it's vital, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the 600 stakeholders in the UK alone who are engaged with GCAP to date, and it's not really even got up to speed yet. So that's just an element of why this is vital. And in a geographical sense, it's extraordinarily important to defence manufacturers in the central belt of Scotland and the northwest of England in particular. But I see no reason to disbelieve the claim that this has got positive effect for constituencies all across the United Kingdom. So I seek to impress on the Defence Minister, who I know gets it, and I'm glad he's here today, to challenge any rise in Treasury dogma when it comes to GCAP, because GCAP presents to the United Kingdom today an opportunity to repeat the world-leading performance of Harrier, the world-leading performance of the Blackburn Buccaneer, the extraordinary capabilities of the Panavia Tornado, and the exceptional abilities of the BAE Typhoon. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is what it can do. What it expressly must not do is repeat the incredible self-defeating cost to the public purse and defence capability of the TSR2 fiasco in the 1960s, when, unfortunately, an incoming Labour government scrapped it at huge cost to our defence capability, huge cost to the public purse, and it was a demonstrable exercise in a Treasury obsessed in the price of everything and myopic about the value of everything. So I repeat, in case I sound political, I know the Defence Minister gets it, and we trust him to do the right thing. Madam Deputy Speaker,
very quickly,
well, of course.
It's quite right to highlight what happened to TSR2, which was a generation ahead of its time and a world beater. And it was scrapped because the Treasury wanted to buy the F-111 instead, which was an American aircraft, and then they didn't end up buying it. So there's a lesson from history there too, isn't there?
Well, I think if you have, as we have in the United Kingdom just now, taken an extraordinarily complex programme somewhere down the road, the opportunity cost, much less the financial cost and operability cost of turning back on that, must be well set out. And these are the details that the Treasury, I'm afraid, has a history of not really being that interested in. They're more focused on the number at the bottom right-hand side of the balance sheet. But this is far too important to yield to that level of priority. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is, however, much to be regretted that FCAS and GCAP are proceeding in the European theatre in parallel with one another. This is grossly expensive duplication. I greatly fear there's nothing we can do about it now. But nevertheless, it's much to be regretted, and I'm not certain that the partners in the competing French-led FCAS programme will be happy partners throughout, but that remains to be seen. And the Minister must make sure the door is left open for any latecomers or laggards that want to get on board with GCAP, and I would appreciate his assurance either today or at a later date of that willing acceptability and acceptance. As it is an FCDO, Foreign Office, Minister leading today, the one thing that those extraordinary aircraft I listed, Madam Deputy Speaker, did not enjoy was particularly healthy export success. And FCAS must have exceptional export success, because quite apart from the standard avionics engines and airframes that we've got to deal with in conventional, traditional aircraft, this aircraft is a breed apart in terms of its electronic warfare capability. It is a system. It happens to be in an aircraft, but it is a combat system which is extraordinarily expensive. And if the price of that is left to the Italians, the UK, and the Japanese, we will be facing no small measure of difficulty. So in relation to the SI itself, Madam Deputy Speaker, Article 34, paragraph 2 of the Convention makes provisions for host countries experiencing serious balance of payment issues, and I would draw members' attention to the sovereign debt liabilities of both Japan and Italy, and the UK in itself, although that would be the third of that list. Serious balance of payment issues, but it merely seeks, to inform the Minister, it merely seeks to consult on such circumstances. It would be great, be appreciated if we can know what that type of consultation will involve. Further, Article 19, paragraph C of the Convention clarifies that delegates from each party will, funding rather from each party will be set out in further arrangements. But the Convention does set out that the steering committee will have equal representation from each of the parties. So how will the convention decide what the funding will be based on? Will that be based on orders? Will it be based on amount of national employees that are employed in the steering committee? How will that work? It's unclear. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, Leonardo in Edinburgh is the brain and nerve centre of GCAP. It is the central nervous system of this world-leading capability. That system is being designed and finalised in Edinburgh, and it will be built in Edinburgh, in Leonardo. Which brings me on to the final provision within the SI, which says that the headquarters of the JIGO will be, and is it JIGO? GIGO? I've never heard it said. I think it's JIGO. Will be established at a later date. And it's going to be in the UK, though. So I think it's really important that wherever that's established, it is in close connectivity with key prime manufacturers of GCAP, those being Rolls-Royce, Thales, BAE and Leonardo. It must be in a part of this island where you can enjoy an outstanding quality of life with access to good schools, good quality of life, transport infrastructure, an international airport and good links with London. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that place is Edinburgh.
To Andrew Morrison.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by congratulating you on your victory? You'll be brilliant. I look forward to serving under your chairmanship in the 3 or 4 years ahead. Can I say very much how much I support this SI? I do not support the Prime Minister's lukewarm words at Farnborough. And I think the concerns we have on this side are the hares that he has set running, not by what he said, but what he did not say. My advice to ministers would be, for goodness sake, up the rhetoric around this. No government in its right mind would cancel this project. This project not only is essential to our defence, but it is the bridge to the unmanned future that defence will be by mid-century. Kick away that bridge and you're left with very little. You undermine fundamentally the defence of these islands. You destroy the reputation of this country, not just with the Japanese and with the Italians, but with practically any partner in defence, present and future, that you can imagine, not least the Saudis. And it means that you will not be able to successfully translate your defence industrial base to the future which we all appreciate is largely unmanned in each of the 4 domains that defence these days has to consider. Words mean what words say, except for when they trip from the lips of politicians, when it's very often what is not said that influences the conversation, in particular in the media. And my plea in the very short space available to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, would be for ministers, senior ministers, and particularly the Prime Minister, to correct what has been said this week, and in particular to ramp up the rhetoric about our support for this absolutely fundamentally important programme that is vital to our defence and our defence base. I appreciate the Prime Minister has a problem in that he has failed to commit to 0.5% of GDP within a recognisable time frame, which is 2.5%, which is no commitment at all, and he has launched a largely unnecessary defence review, which is going to be a distraction for at least 12 months. I am confident in the sound good sense of Lord Robertson and Richard Barrons, and I cannot imagine that they will be a party to the cancellation or indeed delay of this programme. Thank you.
To respond?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and could I congratulate you on behalf of the government for your accession to the throne, not literally, but to the Speaker's chair. It's actually a gift of the country of Australia to the House of Commons following the 1940s. So, could I also thank my opposite number for today, particularly his comments regarding the dreadful attack on a soldier outside the Kent barracks this week, and thank you for putting that on the record. And could I also thank, in general, all members across the House for their support on this SI without a vote. Very briefly to conclude on some of the very important points, and if I don't cover them all, it's because I will be sending a copy of Hansard to those in charge, my honourable friend, in charge of the review, because all of these points are absolutely crucial in terms of thinking through the next 5 years in relation to defence spending. But this, as I did say at the beginning, is definitely the international treaty part of the programme, and therefore I'll be very brief. First of all, could I thank the Right Honourable Member for Raleigh and Wickford, particularly his recommendations from his visit to Japan. There's nothing like visiting a country, getting to know the whole team there to give really good feedback, so I will be passing that on. And we've also had very supportive comments from the member for Strangford, a big plea from Edinburgh for some defence jobs, and that has been heard. From the member for the spokesperson for the SNP, and also could I praise fulsomely Maiden speech from the member for Leighton Wanstead, who has enormously big shoes to fill. Our friend who's left the green benches and probably gone to the red at some future point, who knows? But you know, he has very big shoes to fill. He has indeed, hasn't he? He has been ennobled, and I loved both his references to growing up, the challenges of knife crime, and how he came through that, and what an excellent role model he is for so many watching these debates today, and also his commitment to value for money, which is certainly an element that I think could be very useful in this particular area that he's interested in. So, in conclusion, one specific question that came up in the debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, was relating to the role of other partners. This particular provision today does name the UK, Japan and Italy because we needed to get on with it. We are the first to do this particular level in our parliamentary process, and then Japan and Italy are doing theirs because of the reciprocity. But after that point, when we're all up to speed, those discussions about further partnerships, I'm sure, will be ongoing. So in granting these privileges and immunities, we will therefore be able to bring the GIGO into force, and in doing so we'll be better positioned to support the achievement of GCAP's programme aims and fulfilment of the government's objectives. We will also be better placed to work with international partners and influence air combat industry as a result. And I hope that today this House will support the order.
Right, the question is, as on the order paper, as many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you.
That's great.
Yeah. We now come to the general debate on education and opportunity. I call the Minister to move. Minister Phillipson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I just begin by saying what a pleasure it is to see you in the chair, and congratulations on your election. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak today on the mission of the Labour government to break down the barriers to opportunity. We are bringing change to this nation, but I know that any change we deliver will be done in partnership with our wonderful workforces. So let me take this opportunity at the end of the academic year to thank them for all they do for our children, our young people and our country. And Madam Deputy Speaker, before I go on, I'd just like to say two things. Firstly, I'd like to welcome the member for North East Hampshire to his place. East Hampshire, forgive me. I welcome him to his place. In the previous government, the Right Honourable Gentleman stood out for his commitment to his brief, his passion and dedication in this area, and the collegiate and effective way in which he worked with colleagues on all sides of this House. We have disagreed on many things, and I'm sure we'll go on to disagree on many things. But I hope that wherever we can work together to build a country where children come first. And secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to make an announcement here and now because our mission is urgent. Today, I am pleased to announce that the Department will undertake a short pause and review of post-16 qualification reform at Level 3 and below, concluding before the end of the year. This means that the defunding scheduled for next week will be paused. The coming year will also see further developments in the rollout of new T-levels, which will ensure that young people continue to benefit from high-quality technical qualifications that help them to thrive. And I will update the House shortly with more detail tomorrow, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll happily give way to my
Thank you. I very much appreciate it, and I welcome the announcement that she's just made, which I know will also be welcomed by colleges up and down the country. Teachers in my constituency of Hartlepool, like everywhere else, do an extraordinary job supporting our young people, but it's vital that they are paid properly for it. Can the Secretary of State update us on the work of the independent pay body and the government's response to it?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his contribution. We take the work of the peer review body extremely seriously. The previous government did not act in a responsible manner in this regard. They sat on the report and they called an election. And I do understand the frustrations that school leaders and teachers are currently experiencing. But as my old friend knows, we are moving as quickly as we can on this important issue, and the Chancellor will set out our position before the end of the month. We recognise the importance in getting this right, and I reiterate once more our thanks to our brilliant teachers and support staff for their work this academic year. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are putting education back where it belongs, at the heart of change. After years at the margins under the Conservatives, after years of ministerial merry-go-rounds, after years of opportunity for our children treated as an afterthought, education is back at the forefront of national life. I know the power of education to transform lives. I lived it. Standards was my story, and now I want standards to be the story for every child in our country. Not in some of our schools, but in all of our schools. High and rising standards for each and every child. But for 14 long years, that has not been the story in our education system. And I think often of children born in the months after the Labour Party last won an election some 19 years ago, who entered school in September 2010 in the first autumn of members opposite serving as ministers. By then, the damage had already begun. Labour's ambitious Building Schools for the Future programme already cancelled, storing up problems for the decades ahead. And as the years went by, those children saw opportunities stripped away. Not just resources drained from their childhood, but also hope. The children's centres they had themselves attended closed by the hundred. Falling investment in the school buildings they had learnt in the staff who taught and supported them. A change to the support for children with special educational needs, which in a moment of unusual candour, my predecessor, the previous member for Chichester, described as lose, 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 but about which she did almost nothing. A generation of children in social care falling further and further out of sight. I'll happily give way.
You say right. I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. On the particular point about the inequalities that particularly certain children with special educational needs and disabilities face, what is is my right honourable friend able to say about what we will do and the difference that we will make to their lives?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I recognise the concern that she raises and the concern that members right across the House have raised on this incredibly important issue. And I will come on to say more as I continue my contribution. But I don't for one second underestimate the challenge that we face. And I give her my commitment that I want to make sure we deliver a better system for children, for families and for schools, a long way from the broken and adversarial system that too many people experience at the moment. Madam Deputy Speaker, young people in unregistered schools missing out on not just the education that they should have, but on the childhood they should have. And for that generation, as they grew older, they saw a government response to a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that made clear that they were quite simply an afterthought. Pubs reopening to punters before schools welcomed back children. Examination grading first a farce, then a fiasco. A government that forgot almost altogether about further education and that saw apprenticeship starts tumble year after year. Earlier this month, the people of this country turned the page on that government and on that era. They turned to Labour and to the hope that drives us, as it drives so many who work in education. That tomorrow can be better than today and that our best days lie ahead of us. And in the belief, today distinctively Labour, that the role of government is not merely to administer but to transform, to deliver for all of our children the freedom to achieve and to thrive, the freedom to succeed and flourish, which has been withheld for so many of them for far too long. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. On turning a page in opportunity, the Secretary of State will be aware that young people today have fewer opportunities than we enjoyed in our generation due to the disastrous Tory policies on removing their freedom of movement and also Erasmus, and that included apprenticeships. Will she turn the page on that disastrous Tory policy?
Madam Deputy Speaker, what I would say to the honourable gentleman is that I welcome the opportunity to meet with my opposite number in Scotland recently. I do want to find areas where we find agreement, we can do so constructively and collaboratively. On the specific point that he raises, I'm afraid I cannot give him that commitment. I do want to make sure that all young people have the chance to travel, to learn and to study. Madam Deputy Speaker, the hope I want for our young people comes to the opportunity this government will deliver. Now, members know opportunity is a journey that lasts a lifetime, and the first steps are in early years education, because the barriers to opportunity erupt early in a child's life. So we will bring about a sea change in our early years system beginning right now. That's why I am fully committed to rolling out the childcare entitlements promised to parents. But I need to be frank to the House. The challenges are considerable, and the last government did not have a proper plan. The irresponsibility that we inherited was shocking. I acted immediately to get to grips with the task at hand, but I must be honest that the disparities across the country are severe. This means that some parents will sadly miss out on their first choice place. They and their children deserve better. But I am determined that we will get this right. We will create 3,000 nurseries in primary schools to better connect early years into our wider education system. And by the time that we are done, we will have thriving children, strong families and parents able to work the hours that they want. The foundations for a love of learning are laid early and are laid in primary school. But I know that child poverty puts up barriers at every turn. It is a scar on our society. Eradicating child poverty is why I came into politics. And it's why the Prime Minister has appointed me and the Work and Pension Secretary to jointly lead the new Child Poverty Task Force. Together, we'll set out an ambitious child poverty strategy. And I will introduce free breakfast clubs in every primary school. They are about more than just the breakfast. The club is just as important in driving up standards, improving behaviour, increasing attendance and boosting achievement. What children are taught once they are in the classroom, that matters too. We must start early with maths, inspiring a love of numbers in our youngest learners. And this government is committed to fully evidence-based early language interventions in primary schools so that all children can find their voice. I want high and rising standards across all of our schools for all of our children, but I mean this in the broadest and most ambitious of terms. Growing a love of learning, encouraging children to explore the world around them, to be bold, to dream, to discover their own power. And our curriculum must reflect this. That's why I have announced the government's expert-led review of curriculum and assessment at all key stages, to support our children and young people to succeed tomorrow as well as thrive today. Working with teachers, parents and employers, we will deliver a framework for learning that is innovative and inclusive, supportive and challenging, that drives up standards in our schools and ensures that every child has access to a broad and rich curriculum. But any curriculum is only as strong as the teachers who teach it. And today those teachers are leaving the classroom, not in dribs and drabs, but in their droves. And I know that too often opportunity follows them out the door. I am working tirelessly to turn this around. We'll back our teachers and support staff, and we'll partner with the profession to ensure that workloads are manageable. We have already begun recruiting 6,500 more expert teachers. Together, we will restore teaching as the career of choice for our very best graduates. And we will invest in our schools and services by ending the tax breaks that private schools enjoy. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, accountability is vital and non-negotiable. But Ofsted must change, and change it will. Our reform will start with ending one-word judgments. We will bring in a new report card system, part of our plans to support schools and challenge them when needed to deliver high and rising standards for every child. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have spoken with colleagues across the House about their concerns about how the current system is failing learners with special educational needs and disabilities. I share those concerns. The system is broken. And I'm delighted to see on the benches today the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, with whom I work so closely on this issue from opposition, and whom I know shares entirely the focus and concern that I have. All families want the best for their children, but for children with special educational needs, parents too often face a slow struggle to get the right support, bogged down by bureaucracy, an adversarial system, and entangled by complexity. It isn't good enough, and we will work relentlessly to put this right. We are committed to taking a community-wide approach, improving inclusivity and expertise in mainstream schools, as well as ensuring special schools cater to those with the most complex of needs. And I've already restructured my department to start delivery on this commitment. There can be no goal more important, more urgent, than extending opportunities to our most vulnerable children, and that also means reforming children's social care. Madam Deputy Speaker, young people and adults deserve high-quality routes to build the skills they need to seize opportunity, and businesses need staff with the skills to help them grow. These are two sides of the same coin, the key to our future prosperity and growth. For this, we need a skills system fit for the future, but we have a fragmented system that frustrates businesses, lets down learners, and grinds growth into the ground. It is time for a comprehensive strategy, and it's time for our country to take skills seriously. So this week, alongside the Prime Minister, I announced Skills England, a new body that will unify the fractured landscape. It will bring together central government, combined authorities, businesses, training providers, unions and experts. And businesses have told us that they need more flexibility to deliver the training that works for them. So we will introduce the new Growth and Skills Levy to replace the failing apprenticeship levy. Post-16 education is all about giving learners the power to make choices that are right for them. For many, that will be university, and I am immensely proud of our world-leading universities. They are shining lights of learning, but their future has been left in darkness for too long. This must and will change. No more talking down our country's strongest exports. Under this government, universities valued as a public good, not treated as a political battleground. We will move decisively to establish certainty and sustainability, securing our universities as engines of growth, excellence and opportunity. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government will break the link between background and success. We will create opportunities for children and learners to succeed. We will give them the freedom to chase their ambitions, the freedom to hope. This Labour government is returning hope to our country after 14 long years. And there can be no greater work than building a country where background is no barrier to opportunity. And that work of change has already begun. Thank you.
The question is that this House has considered education an opportunity. I call the shadow spokesperson, Mr. Damien Hines.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, may I first welcome you to the big chair on behalf of the opposition. It's great to see you there, and may you have much success, and we will all enjoy, no doubt, serving under you. Can I also welcome the Secretary of State and her entire team to their places, to what are among the most important jobs in government, and without doubt the best jobs in government, because while their colleagues will be out visiting wind turbines and distribution sheds, they will be spending time with children and with the inspirational adults who teach them that is altogether a better way to spend a day. Look, Madam Deputy Speaker, while we may have our differences, we do, to be clear, we do have our differences, but we don't for a moment doubt their commitment to this crucial endeavour, and our exchanges across these dispatch boxes will always be in the spirit of seeking the very best for children and for our society and our country. We want them to succeed. We want the government to succeed, because the success of the British government is the success of Britain. Now, that is true in every discipline, but it is especially true in education, where the effects of what happens are felt for many years to come, and quite likely over the course of multiple changes of government. We will scrutinise them, we will hold them to account, as they know, but where they look to build on what has been achieved, we will also support them. And what has been achieved. And listening to the Secretary of State, I was wondering from which country or era she was drawing her material. Because what has been achieved, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we now have 9 in 10 schools in this country rated good or outstanding, up from just over 2/3 last time there was a change of government, with 27,000 more teachers, 60,000 more TAs, a major upgrade in technical and vocational education with T-levels, higher level technicals, and reformed apprenticeships with employer-set standards, minimum length and minimum off-the-job training time. And we have been rising up the international comparisons. At secondary school, England's young people have risen from 27th in the world to 11th in mathematics and from 25th to 13th in reading. And at primary school, Madam Deputy Speaker, England's children are the best readers in the Western world. And so, Debbie, of course.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. Would he accept, though, that the IFS's recent report which highlight, although the average has seen improvement in terms of educational inequalities, particularly for children on preschool meals, from children from ethnic minority backgrounds and disabled children, we have not seen the improvements, and the education, as I say, education inequalities are stark.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady from Oldham West and Saddleworth, as ever, makes very, very important points. And it has been was the mission of Conservative governments from 2010 onwards, always to have 2 goals to be pursued. First is to raise attainment overall, but secondly is to narrow the gap between the rich and the poor, between the advantaged and the disadvantaged, and to those who have particular needs. And although those gaps are still too big, there was a decade of progress. As she knows, I think the IFS report that she mentions almost certainly will have said this. There was a decade of progress right up until COVID, and then COVID, I'm afraid, has struck a blow. Well, there's a lady here shaking her head. Believe me, COVID struck a blow to education right throughout the world, including our country. And there is yet more, I think my point stands, and there is yet more work to do. But the point I was making before the Honourable Lady made her important intervention was that, look, a great deal has been achieved. There are still challenges, and to that very point, in the aftermath of COVID, we know there are particular challenges around the attainment gap, around attendance. And by the way, those 2 things are also related. But there is a great deal that has been achieved. And so my ask of the government is that while we absolutely acknowledge that they have just won the election and they have a big majority, nevertheless, we ask them to be mindful and to be careful and don't change things just because you can. Now, of course, ministers don't educate children. It's teachers that educate children. And those great achievements are their achievements. But teachers also exist within a framework, within a system. There are dedicated teachers also, of course, not just in England. There are dedicated teachers in Scotland and in Wales. But in those 2 countries, we have not seen the same advances that we have seen in England. Indeed, in Wales, with a Labour administration running education, we have seen declines. And we have long had dedicated teachers in England too. But the fact is that in the Labour years, if you'll forgive me, in the Labour years before 2010, England actually declined in its results relative to other countries, even though in what was then, and some colleagues across the floor may remember this, in New Labour's target-rich environment, target-rich but also, I'm afraid, highly gameable, it was made to look like the results were all getting better. And I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I congratulate you on your appointment? Further to the point that the Honourable Gentleman has just made, Scottish education used to be the envy of the world. I think it's fair enough to boast. And yet we have so many staff vacancies in 4 Highland secondary schools, I name them Allerpool, Kinloch, Berby, Fart and Galloch, that the kids simply aren't being taught what they ought to be taught, and they're having to rely in some cases on online learning, which is scarcely satisfactory. No. And this is why the parents have banded together to form a Save Our Rural Schools. Is that not a damning comment on the Scottish Government's delivery of education north of the border?
Madam Deputy Speaker, he makes, as ever, an important point. He makes incisively, and he speaks up powerfully for rural communities. He was here the other night talking about rural health services and some of the particular challenges that they face. But what I would say is that this is already going to be a wide-ranging debate. And I think I might try your patience, Madam Deputy Speaker, if we moved it into a debate about the Scottish education system and the SNP administration, much as he and I would relish that opportunity, because he is quite right that Scottish education has had such massive historical strengths, and I'm afraid has been let down by that SNP administration. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when politicians of the left talk about a progressive agenda in education, I do understand how that can sound beguiling and benign. But we must not forget that the legacy of the last Labour government was for England to be the only country in the developed world where the generation approaching retirement was more literate and numerate than the youngest adults, those just entering the workforce, than those who had just gone through their education under New Labour. But that is the past, Madam Deputy Speaker, and for this team, for this government, they will be assessed, they will be judged on the present and on the future, a risk of widening the debate. Very briefly, the Honourable Gentleman.
Well, will he agree with me that, of course, the Scottish success in having more children and more students going on to positive destinations after school is something that I hope he would welcome? Does he also acknowledge the damage that's been done of years and years of Tory austerity and removing the rights and opportunities of our staff in terms of freedom of movement and withdrawal from the EU, which, according to Labour figures, has cost £140 billion? Have some reflection on his own record.
Look, I admire his ability to turn everything into a discussion about Europe, but I have to tell him there are other things at play. And if you're an SNP politician, I wouldn't come to the floor of this House boasting about the record of the SNP government and their woeful performance on behalf of underprivileged children in Scotland. Neither, by the way, would I be complaining about the finances, where until recently it was us sitting over there making these points, but soon it will be them, when the Scottish government is well financed for the things that it must and should do. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a debate about opportunity and the point of greatest leverage in spreading opportunity, and the Secretary of State said this, it's what happens actually in the very earliest years. Now, since 2010, we have had five major extensions in early years and childcare entitlements, and a sixth now on its way. I think I heard the Secretary of State say that she was committing fully to our plan in each of its phases. That is certainly, unless she corrects me now, how I will interpret that. She then went on to say there were some difficulties and so on, which Madam Deputy Speaker, I can assure the Right Honourable Lady who speaks from a sedentary position that there was indeed such a plan, and we look now to them to see that plan through. And I would also like to hear from, it won't be her, but from her colleague when she sums up the 3,000 nurseries to be established in primary schools. I think it's important for us to know what proportion of those the Honourable Lady expects to be full-time, year-round nurseries as opposed to term time only. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that however much time young children spend in nursery or in childcare, they will spend more time at home. And the social mobility literature is clear that what happens at home makes a big difference to opportunity later in life. It's a difficult area, of course, for governments and requires great care. But I do hope that this new government will look to build on the home learning environment programme that we put in place, Hungry Little Minds, and then reprised during COVID, and do so in a supportive and not an invasive way. I hope also they'll continue with family hubs, recognising that while the 0 to 2 age group is absolutely vital, actually many issues go on right through childhood and adolescence. And the Supporting Families programme, which actually, of course, is a cross-party story because it was brought in during the Cameron government from 2012, followed a pilot under the previous Labour government, but with its key worker approach, has so much potential. Now, of course, 3,000 families, not the original 120,000. And now that it has been brought into the Department for Education, I think that is a great opportunity for the Right Honourable Lady, and I hope they will make absolutely the most of it. At school, Madam Deputy Speaker, the success story that we have been discussing, as seen in the results in PISA and PIRLS and other studies, has been based on 3 legs to the stool. The first is school autonomy with transparency and accountability. The second is having a knowledge-rich curriculum and proven learning methods like phonics and maths mastery, and the Education Endowment Foundation evaluating and accrediting programmes. And third, the spreading of good practice through academy trusts and schools learning laterally from other schools, teachers learning from teachers, rather than things being imposed top-down, and it's done instead through a nationwide network of hubs in key subjects and in key areas like behaviour. Now, it's not yet clear to me exactly what the new government's plans are in each of those 3 areas. But if they do seek to undo what has worked and what does work, we will argue the counter case robustly. They have, as the Right Honourable Lady said, they have announced a review of the curriculum as of course they can, and as we did in the past. But again, I would urge them to reflect on what has worked and what does work. In particular, not to see a conflict between skills and knowledge. Clearly, growing up and developing and being educated, you need both. But it is through having a depth of knowledge that you best develop skills. And as to what knowledge, I hope the review will also acknowledge that a strength of our national curriculum is that, unlike what a lot of people think, it is not, in fact, a detailed specification of everything you will learn in history or literature. Rather, it is a framework. And that guards against political interference, and that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a principle which absolutely must be maintained. I hope Labour did learn the lesson of the literacy hour and the numeracy hour, that seeking to set out to schools in 10-minute or 15-minute segments exactly what should be taught to children is a capital B, capital I, bad idea. On behaviour, it's a basic requirement for learning that you need a calm and ordered environment, and indeed that is what children themselves tell us they want. Now, of course, nobody wants pupils to be suspended, still less expelled. But that option does need to be available as a last resort. Yes, you must think of the well-being of that child, but also you need to think of the well-being and the life chances of the other 27 children in the class as well. Having school leaders in the driving seat is essential, but that also brings a need for transparency. So you can see if children in some areas are not getting as strong an education as they are in others. And the Progress 8 measure that we brought in measures the progress of all children equally and is far better than the blunt and much gamed approach of measuring how many got over the 5+ C+ at GCSE hurdle. And it's also materially better than the old contextual value-added measure, which effectively lowered expectations for entire groups of children. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, you also need a threshold for when intervention is triggered, so that underperforming schools can be moved into a strong trust that can better support them. That is standing up for parents and for the children who will only get one shot at schooling. Now, there are challenges to address, and I said to the Honourable Lady from Oldham, high on that list post-COVID is attendance. It is much better than it was, but there is further to go. And I do hope the government will keep and build on the measures that we, together with schools and the wider education family, put in place. We do always need to strive to do more to support children with special educational needs and disabilities and enable them to maximise opportunity. I was encouraged by what the Secretary of State said, and I do call on her and the government to keep and grow our capital programme for more special school places, as well as she rightly said, striving in further work to support inclusion in mainstream where that is possible and beneficial. There's also today a greater prevalence of mental ill health in young people, and crucially this is not an issue that's specific to this country. You see it in most comparable countries, or at least those where there is data that you can look at. You see a similar trend. I know they had in their manifesto to have mental health professionals for schools. With the Department for Health and Social Care and the NHS, we of course already, when in government, were rolling out mental health support teams to clusters of schools, and I do urge them to look at that. But of course we and other countries must also ask the question why. there is this increased prevalence of mental ill health in young people. And because it is international in nature, some of the ready answers that might otherwise be thrown out cannot be correct. And we will work constructively with the government as they look to build on the landmark Online Safety Act, for example, and ensuring its most effective implementation. Now, schools are all about teachers, and we welcome their plan to recruit 6,500 more. Of course, 6,500 is a large number. It's not quite such a large number when you put it in the context of the total number of teachers, which is 468,000. And it should be noted that over the last Parliament, the increase in the number of teachers was considerably more than 6,500, in fact more like 15,000. But it is true that some subjects like computer science, like physics, like modern foreign languages have been tough to recruit for, and I welcome the Right Honourable Lady's focus in that area. Do you know what? I think I better press on, if he'll forgive me, because I think I might be stretching Madam Deputy Speaker's patience, and it's early in my time facing her in that chair. I don't want to get off to a bad start. We will be looking to see exactly what the 6,500 target covers, by when, and crucially how it will be achieved. Now, on the one subject in education that did get a lot of coverage in the media and elsewhere during the election campaign, that is the taxation of independent schools, we recognise, of course, that was in their manifesto, but it is still wrong-headed. It won't hit the famous big-name schools. It will hit small town schools. It will hit families of children with special educational needs. It will hit certain religious faiths. And most of all, in the biggest way, it will hit state schools. Now, we don't know how big the displacement effect will be of families who can no longer afford to send their children to that independent school. We don't know, and we can't know, because there is no precedent to look at. But we do know it is going to be a material number. I will briefly give way, with apologies. Yes.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. One thing that hasn't been discussed in this whole debate about extra taxation on private schools is that this generates £1 billion a year in export wins, and actually this could also have an effect on the current account deficit of the country in terms of exports.
My honourable friend is right. We mustn't get into a long debate about this, but my honourable friend is absolutely right that export earnings is part of it. Part of a choice of this country for multinationals and where they site their headquarters. All of these things are consideration. The Ministry of Defence, all of these things are consideration. And as I did inadvertently skip over the honourable gentleman.
Thank you, Right Honourable Member, for my question. His figures on teacher numbers are very interesting. Would he not recognise that over the last Parliament, the retention rate of teachers has been at an all-time low, with a third of teachers leaving within 5 years of going into the profession?
Madam Deputy Speaker, again, I mustn't get into too long a debate about this. Actually, in the last couple of years, but I can. In the last couple of years, actually, we found that retention was better than had been anticipated. We do want teachers to stay. We do want teachers to stay longer in the profession. That's one of the reasons, by the way, why we brought in. It was when I was my first time at the DFE, brought in the early career framework specifically to address that issue. And that needs to. I know the Secretary of State has said they will continue to evolve that. I welcome that. Too. But the fact of the matter is, we do have 468,000 teachers in the profession. Part of that is to do with retention. Part of it, by the way, is to do with return. So people returning to the profession, which again has been at times has been better than had been anticipated, and also to do with a very significant programme to get people into teaching in the first place through bursaries and scholarships. Just to come back to the question about taxation and independent education, I would ask that at the very least today, the Minister, when she sums up, if she could confirm that they are not going to further bring this measure forward so that we end up with an in-year disruption to those families and to those state schools trying to cope with an influx potentially of large numbers of children. And can she also guarantee that in the large number of spending programmes that have been linked to this taxation income stream, that those are protected including the 6,500 teachers, that those spending programmes are protected regardless of what happens on the income from the VAT. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm coming close to the end. We set about, as I said, a major upgrade in technical and vocational education. The Secretary of State in her speech said something important, I think, and new today about what was going to happen. I hope they will see through T-levels and the reform of technical and vocational education on the blueprint, and we always did this in government with a cross-party approach, on the blueprint of Lord Sainsbury. She mentioned that she will be updating the House tomorrow. Will her friend confirm, in summing up, that that will be an oral statement giving honourable and right honourable members a chance to question ministers on exactly what is proposed? And we will scrutinise, too, their proposed changes to apprenticeships and the levy. Now, I do understand, of course, businesses wanting more flexibility with what they can do with levy money. But the crucial thing, two crucial things about the apprenticeship levy, well, first of all, it dealt with what economists call the free rider problem, that historically some businesses invested strongly in training their staff, and others did not, but then benefited from those members of staff leaving that employer to join that one after 2 or 3 years. And secondly, it made sure there was investment going in, human capital investment going in to incremental training, not just rebadging training that would have happened in that company otherwise. And in whatever reform they undertake, those two things will also have to be delivered. And on Skills England, we just need to know what it is. We do understand the desire of a Labour government to say, in emergency, break glass, reach for Quango. But what does it do that is different from what is done today by the Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education, by local skills improvement plans, by the Unit for Future Skills? Now, I am proud that disadvantaged youngsters are now much more likely to go on to higher education than they were, despite, of course, predictions of the opposite at the time that the student financing system was brought in. And I do remember very well that when in opposition, Labour members of Parliament said repeatedly that fees should never go as high as £9,000 or £9,250. And we will be watching, Madam Deputy Speaker, for consistency in their approach in the months and years ahead. Now, we do need to ensure high-quality provision for students, and it does no favours to a young person to go to university if it's then to a course where we know there is a high proportion of students who do not even complete the course. We spoke during the election campaign of our plan to build on our foundation of the Office for Students to ensure that, in whatever subject it might be, students can be confident that their course is of that high quality. And the new government needs to set out how they, in their way, will also ensure that that quality is guaranteed. To conclude, it is often said, it was said earlier this afternoon, come on, that the first duty of government is to defend our country, our national security, and keep people safe. It is the most fundamental function of government to have sound management of the economy and the finances. Well, the noblest drive in government is to strive to spread opportunity as far and as equitably as possible. Education ultimately is the key to almost everything. We wish the new government and this team of ministers well. We will work positively and constructively with them. We will scrutinise what they say, monitor what they do, and hold them to account for what they deliver.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by congratulating you on your election and to say what a great pleasure it is to see you in your place. And may I also congratulate the Secretary of State on her appointment. I know how deep her commitment goes to increasing opportunity and addressing disadvantage for children right across our country. Education from the early years through school and on to further and higher education is arguably the most important tool in the government's box for addressing disadvantage. I am therefore delighted to see breaking down the barriers to opportunity at every stage as one of the core missions of this Labour government. Labour has always recognised the importance of education as a route to addressing poverty, disadvantage and inequality, as well as in driving economic growth. It is at the heart of what we believe in and at the heart of what we have always delivered in government, from comprehensive schools to the Open University, from Sure Start to the London Challenge for School Improvement. This new Labour government will continue in that proud tradition of delivering for our children and young people, with free breakfast clubs in every primary school, new nursery places across the country, open access mental health support in schools and communities, more teachers in our schools, a new fit-for-purpose curriculum, a further education sector to deliver the skills young people need to thrive and our economy needs to grow, and new support to protect young people from serious violence. I want to highlight today, as we discuss the commitment of this new government, but also the mess that it has inherited after 14 years of Conservative cuts to children's services, some of the issues that are most pressing in my constituency, services that are now really stretched to the limit as they seek to support children, young people and their families. The first is the funding crisis facing maintained nursery schools. Maintained nursery schools often provide a gold standard of early years education, and 64% of them are located in areas with the greatest deprivation. I have two in my constituency, Effra Nursery School and Dulwich Wood Nursery School. They are constituted as schools and therefore have the additional expertise, but also the additional costs of fully qualified head teachers and teaching staff. The number of maintained nurseries has already dropped dramatically, and only 400 now remain, many of these facing severe financial difficulties. I therefore urge the government to bring forward measures in the budget to ensure that the depth of knowledge, expertise and quality in our maintained nursery schools is not lost, and that they are put on a sustainable financial footing for the future. The second issue I wish to raise today is SEND support. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for mentioning the work that I've done in this regard from opposition. In a context of the decimation of local authority funding since 2010, and with increasing presentation of additional needs across the country, local councils and schools are simply buckling under the pressure of resources they do not have and needs they cannot meet, while families are suffering the consequences. At a recent visit to an outstanding school in my constituency, the head teacher broke down as she described the conflict of seeking to be an inclusive school with the reality of simply not having the funding that she needed to deliver for children with additional needs, while increasingly local authorities are being driven to the edge of financial viability by the costs of SEND support and SEND transport. I really welcome this government's focus on the inclusivity of mainstream schools, but they will need to work very closely with the Department for Communities and Local Government and the Department for Health and Social Care to ensure that there is a sustainable approach to funding SEND support, which schools cannot deliver in isolation on their own. Third, the outcomes for care-experienced people after 14 years of Conservative government are utterly disgraceful. The system is so broken that frequently the state takes the decision to remove a child from their family because they are not considered to be safe and places them in an environment in which they are even less safe and secure. Care-experienced people are so overrepresented in both the criminal justice system and the homeless population because they are being so badly failed that if the government is serious about tackling these challenges, it must turn its attention to delivering better support and better outcomes for care-experienced people. One way in which this situation could be turned around is through the development of a new care experience covenant placed on a statutory footing, requiring every part of the public sector to take the responsibilities of corporate parenting seriously, supported by a national care leaver offer. And I wonder whether the Minister could make any commitments in this regard today. Finally, the government changed the previous Conservative government changed the schools funding formula to remove the disadvantage weighting. That had the effect of proactively funneling funding away from schools in constituencies like mine with high levels of deprivation to more affluent areas of the country, and my local schools are really feeling the impact as they seek to provide an excellent education for every child. Will the Minister give an undertaking to look at the schools funding formula, to ensure both that schools in the most disadvantaged areas of the country have the resources they need to deliver for every child, and that the formula itself is no longer pitting different areas of the country against each other, but represents a genuine levelling up of the resources for our schools. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that this government will transform the life chances of children and young people across our country and make sure that no child is left behind. I look forward to seeing further plans come to fruition as children, young people and their life chances are once again placed where they should be, at the centre of our national life.
As we have many maiden speeches to enjoy and backbench contributions, can I ask frontbench spokespeople to keep their speeches short? Liberal Democrat spokesperson Munira Wilson.
Well, you had half an hour. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I warmly welcome you to the chair on your election. It's a pleasure to see you there. And also, could I please warmly welcome the Education Secretary and all her ministers to their posts. As the Right Honourable Member for East Hampshire said, I absolutely think you've got the best jobs in government. I'm very jealous indeed. But I'm looking forward to, I hope, working with you, working with them constructively over the course of this Parliament to deliver the best possible start for children and young people. And I'm delighted to be speaking today on behalf of the third party, on behalf of the vastly expanded Liberal Democrat benches. Sorry. I'm grateful that the government made time today to have a dedicated debate on education and opportunity. Over the past few years, children and young people and education have frankly been sidelined on the political agenda. It was no surprise to me that His Majesty's loyal opposition did not seek to allocate specific time for this area during the King's Speech debates, instead bundling all public services, welfare and the economy into one single evening's debate. So today is very welcome indeed. Education is the greatest investment we can make to ensure that every child, no matter their background, has the opportunity to flourish to their full potential. And as a result, it's also the greatest investment we can make for our economy and for our society. Now, the King's Speech and government announcements in the past 3 weeks have included some encouraging measures that Liberal Democrats welcome. And on that note, could I welcome very much the announcement the Education Secretary has made today on the Level 3 qualifications review. Liberal Democrats have long been saying that BTECs shouldn't be funded until T-levels are properly bedded in, and actually T-levels are squeezing so many young people out of the system and leaving them without options that we need a good range of options. So that is very welcome. And I'd also like to welcome the curriculum review that she has announced. The devil, of course, in all of the announcements so far will be in the detail, and I hope ministers will be working collaboratively, cross-party, on the areas where we are in agreement, but there are areas where we are not in agreement. Where we are in violent agreement, I think, is the state the Conservative government left our schools and colleges in. Shortly before the election, I spoke to a school governor in my constituency who told me that their school is at rock bottom. Their school budget has been so squeezed that they are reliant on Amazon wish lists to ask parents to provide basic essentials such as whiteboard pens and glue sticks. And that has become the reality for so many schools up and down the country. Not only are schools struggling to afford basic supplies, but they lack the resources to maintain their buildings. It is now well documented that the Right Honourable Member for Richmond, when he was Chancellor, repeatedly refused to fund the investment in school buildings that the Department for Education made clear was needed. The result? Children are being taught in classrooms with leaky windows, broken heating and crumbling concrete. And where to even start with special educational needs, as we've already heard from the Honourable Member for Dulwich and West Norwood. I suspect every member across this House, new and returning, has a bulging inbox of SEND casework. The system is in crisis, local authorities are stretched to the limit, and our most vulnerable children are suffering, with their parents stuck in an adversarial system, fighting day in, day out to ensure their children can get an education and the support they deserve to thrive. And inadequate support for SEND children in mainstream schools, coupled with the lack of specialist provision, means too many children are languishing at home without proper access to education, or travelling huge distances at great cost to overstretched local authorities because there just isn't enough local provision. And the lack of provision is not only having an impact on our pupils, but also on our teachers. Now, many are being driven out of the profession because of the pressures that they face, and they often tell me that they are acting as the fourth emergency service because all of the support services outside our schools are crumbling. And not enough new teachers are entering our classroom, despite the figures that the Right Honourable Member for East Hampshire stated earlier. The previous Conservative government missed their own secondary school teacher training targets 10 out of 11 years. Not only does that mean that many children aren't being taught by a specialist in their subject, but it also means that existing teachers are having to take on inordinate workloads due to the lack of staff. And a study conducted this year found that 86% of teachers believe their job has negatively impacted their mental health, with an increased workload being the main cause of stress. Madam Deputy Speaker, over the past 9 years, the Conservatives neglected our education system, and our children and young people are paying the price now. For the sake of our future generations, we must prioritise fixing it. Now, Liberal Democrats welcome the announcement in the King's speech. I will be mentioning the coalition shortly, just to cheer up the Right Honourable Member. Liberal Democrats welcome the announcement in the King's speech of a children's wellbeing bill. We've long argued that wellbeing should be at the heart of our policy making for children and young people. Hungry children struggling with their mental health will not be able to achieve their potential, either academically or socially. We know that poverty and mental ill health are significant contributors to the staggering numbers of children missing from school. So we welcome the long-awaited introduction of the Children Not in School Register, a measure that has had cross-party support for several years now and featured in the Liberal Democrat manifesto. This is particularly important given that last autumn term there were 33,000 children missing from education, with vulnerable children slipping under the radar. The change is long overdue, and I hope the government implements it without delay. Now, that register is very important for safeguarding, but we must address the underlying causes of school absence. We've seen an explosion of mental ill health amongst children and young people in recent years. It's estimated that 1 in 5 children between the ages of 7 to 16 have a probable mental health disorder. Madam Deputy Speaker, that's 6 in every classroom. A lack of available mental health support means that many children are left languishing at home, missing out on key learning time, and it also has much more serious consequences. The day after the election was called, I spoke to one of our the local secondary head teachers in my constituency, where several children in recent months had ended up in A&E after attempted suicide. A broken mother, whose teenage daughter earlier this year had tragically been successful at taking her own life, approached me in a local park and spoke to me about how local services had let her daughter down. Madam Deputy Speaker, prevention is better than cure. Liberal Democrats welcome the government's commitment to introducing a mental health practitioner in every secondary school, but we must start at a younger age. That's why the Liberal Democrats have long called for the introduction of mental health practitioners in every primary and secondary school, and I do recognise the mental health support teams that were introduced by the previous government. But the reality is they are shared across far too many schools, and the average primary school is getting half a day a week, and the average secondary school is getting maybe 1 or 2 days a week. Those schools need full-time dedicated support given the level of need we see in schools. And we know that 50% of all lifetime mental health disorders develop by the age of 14, and that's why putting mental health practitioners in every primary school would allow us to address those issues before they become permanent, ultimately saving our health services money in the long term. Now, another underlying cause of absence from school and pressures on school staff is the growing number of children living in poverty. It's disappointing that the government continues to refuse to lift the 2-child cap on benefits, and Liberal Democrats will continue to campaign for this cruel policy to be removed, which would immediately lift 300,000 children out of poverty. Children up and down the country cannot afford to eat, with some children being forced to pretend to eat out of empty lunchboxes or reportedly even eating rubbers out of desperation. In a country as wealthy as ours, no child should be going hungry at school. And that's why I'm immensely proud that it was Liberal Democrats in government who introduced free school meals for every infant school child. It was a Liberal Democrat policy that we had to fight for in government. The benefits of a free school meal are immense. The benefits of a free school meal are immense. It saves parents time and money, it helps children eat more healthily, and has even been proven to boost educational outcomes. And whilst Labour have proposed free breakfast clubs for children in primary school, which will be beneficial, often the children most in need are those living very far from school in temporary accommodation with extremely long journeys who simply cannot get to school in time for breakfast. On the other hand, free school meals guarantee that these children have access to a hot, healthy meal in the middle of each school day to give them the energy they need to learn. And most importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, hunger does not stop at the age of 11. According to the Child Poverty Action Group, there are an estimated 900,000 children in poverty that miss out on free school meals, and many of these are in secondary school. And that's why Liberal Democrats are committed to rolling out free school meals to every child in poverty, whether primary or secondary, in line with Henry Dimbleby's recommendations to the previous Conservative government, which they completely ignored. Madam Deputy Speaker, sadly, research shows that the inequalities within our education system are deepening. And as we've already heard, according to data published by the Education Policy Institute just last week, by the time students from a disadvantaged background leave secondary school, they're 19.2 months behind their peers. This is the highest attainment gap that there has been in over 10 years. Now, established by the Liberal Democrats in government, the pupil premium was once a vital fund to support disadvantaged children. But unfortunately, we have seen that value erode by some 14% in real terms since the Tories were left to their own devices in 2015. One proven method to tackle the attainment gap is small group and one-to-one tutoring. In fact, the research conducted by the Education Endowment Fund shows that over the course of the year, an average 4 months of additional progress is made because of tutoring. Now, whilst flawed in its delivery, the National Tutoring Programme, which was introduced during COVID, and the 16 to 19 Tuition Fund did have a transformational impact for many pupils. And talking about his experience of tutoring, Aidan from the London South East Colleges said that he was only aiming for a 4 at the third time of retaking his English GCSE, and he wanted to just get it over and done with. He now has a 6, and it's all thanks to his tutor, and he's now going to go on to do higher level qualifications, and he hopes to go to university and become a paramedic after that. Now, it wasn't just Aidan whose grades improved. As a result of government-funded tutoring, there were 62,000 additional passes in GCSE English and Maths over its 2 years that it was in existence. But sadly, at the last budget, the Conservative government refused to continue funding for the National Tutoring Programme or the 16 to 19 Tuition Fund, and that runs out pretty much today because it's the end of the academic year. So I would ask our new Secretary of State, given her stated commitment to extending opportunity to all and narrowing the attainment gap, to urgently look at this programme and ensure tutoring funding continues.
Will my right honourable friend allow intervention?
I will. I'm not right honourable just yet, but I will give way to
her. Just given the context of what is being talked about just now in my honourable friend's speech, it's important to note that applying VAT to independent schools will have a significant effect on the affordability for parents who make that choice. In my constituency of Mid-Dumbartonshire, not all parents will be able to afford the extra 20% per child. Does the honourable member agree with me that there will be significant additional costs to the state, and we are already hearing about the pressure that the state is already under, significant additional costs to the state in Scotland as well as England and Wales should...
Can I thank my honourable friend for her important intervention? And she actually preempts what I was about to say, because I was just about to turn to this very issue about VAT on private school fees and the pressures that she's outlined on some families and some schools that will be created. So I've set out a range of targeted measures that I think would really help tackle the disadvantage gap, which were part of a really ambitious package that Liberal Democrats put forward at the election to ensure our education system enables every child to thrive and that the local state school is actually the school of choice for every family in this country. But as Liberals, we champion choice. And it is important that parents can choose the best and most appropriate option for their children. And importantly and fundamentally, we believe that education should not be taxed. Whether that's private schools, whether that's music tuition, whether that's private tutoring, whether that's childcare fees. Education, the principle is education should not be taxed. And so we are opposed to the Labour government's policy to introduce VAT on independent school fees. I don't think this policy will do very much at all to boost our state schools, and in fact it risks reducing the brilliant partnership work that we see between so many private schools and their local state schools, such as sharing staff time and facilities. And I've seen that very vividly, actually, with Hampton School and Lady Eleanor Hollis School in my constituency, working with the Reach Academy in Feltham in a very deprived area, and they've really helped boost the life chances for many of those children in Feltham, and helped with coaching for university interviews and medical school interviews. I'd be happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she's making an excellent speech. And would she agree with me that in many parts of the country, local authority areas, such as mine in Buckinghamshire, the schools are already oversubscribed? And so if independent school parents find they can no longer afford those fees, the places in the state sector simply don't exist.
Can I thank my honourable friend for that intervention? And I'm hearing that repeatedly across the country, that there are areas where schools are full and parents are wondering where on earth they're going to be able to send their children to school, because it's simply not true that it's just the ultra wealthy who send their kids to private school. And you know, I'm particularly concerned about those families and those parents who, for whatever reason, have felt that the state sector, the local state school, isn't best suited to their child's needs. And this particularly applies to the 100,000 children in the independent sector with special educational needs who don't qualify for an education, health and care plan, and so will not be exempted under the government's proposed policy. I have heard too many stories from parents on the doorstep or in my inbox of, actually, I really want to send my child to the local state school and we tried it, but they just couldn't meet my child's needs. And so we are now making all sorts of sacrifices to be able to send them to a much smaller, more pastoral, independent school where actually the child has been transformed as a result of it. And those are the families that I'm particularly worried about who are going to be penalised under this policy. The vast majority of independent schools are small with fewer than 400 pupils, and a number of those will struggle to survive as parents are priced out, putting pressure on state schools, as we've heard. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, today's debate is focused on the theme of education and opportunity. As Liberal Democrats, we recognise that education is the ultimate creator of opportunity. It empowers every person to build a better future for themselves, contribute to our economy and our society. And our young people have been let down for far too long. I desperately hope that with a new government, that is going to change. We need meaningful action to ensure that that change does happen, and I look forward to working constructively wherever possible with the new Labour government to ensure that happens.
Thank you very much. We come to our first maiden speech for this afternoon. It is Mr. Darren Paffy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I begin by congratulating you and wish you well as you take the chair. I'd also like to congratulate my right honourable friend as she takes her position as Secretary of State. People in my constituency, parents, teachers, pupils, professionals alike, will be heartened by the vision she set out in her speech for how this Labour government will be building opportunity once again. And as I stand here as a new MP, I have to keep saying it to believe it, I want to thank the people of Southampton for the incredible privilege that they've given me. This feels, in fact, like a moment heavy with lots of different privileges. One of them is the privilege, of course, to be in here as many of my colleagues make their maiden speeches too, and I want to congratulate them in advance for the excellent maiden speeches we're going to hear this afternoon. Another privilege is to be one of only 3 Darrens ever elected to this place. Since the summoning of the first Parliament over 750 years ago, there had been no MPs called Darren, until, like buses, 3 of us have turned up in the last few years. But the biggest privilege of all is to make my very first speech as Member of Parliament for Southampton and particularly in this debate on education and opportunity, because, like my right honourable friend, it is my story. And as a former university lecturer, married to a secondary school teacher, and with children in secondary, primary and preschool, I feel like I have some skin in this game. None of the privileges that I feel at the moment are anyone's birthright. They are privileges for which I and many other people, my team and activists, have worked very hard for. And so they're privileges that I do not take for granted. In addition to being part of this small crack squad of Darrens, I find myself in an equally small cohort of only a few known MPs who have grown up in foster care and been adopted. The public services that we are talking about today, that this government will rebuild, are the services that made me who I am. NHS staff, social workers, inspiring teachers. When I was made Cabinet Member for Children's Services in Southampton, it felt like life had come full circle. And it really did, when just a few weeks ago, Peter, who was the social worker for the first 10 years of my life, got in touch during the campaign to wish me well. It was excellent that he was also a lifelong Labour supporter. But as Cabinet Member, I worked hard to get better support for our care experienced young people, because too many don't get the start they deserve, or nor the help that they need. And we must do more to fight for them. And I look forward to working with, amongst others, my honourable friend, the member for Whitehaven and Workington, who's already done excellent work on the need for reviewing social care, and I know that he'll continue to be a great champion for care experienced children. In his gracious speech, His Majesty set out this Labour government's mission to break down barriers to opportunity and to promote children's well-being. The Secretary of State has said that she will help working class children to defy the odds to succeed, just as she did. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as one who grew up as a working class foster kid, I will do everything I can to back that mission, especially for my constituents. And if I achieve just one thing as an MP, though I obviously intend to work very hard and achieve more than just one thing, I hope it's to say to those whose backgrounds look anything like mine, let those challenging times and that stigma that often comes with social care never ever hold you back, but instead forge in you a steely determination to achieve your fullest potential. I wouldn't be here without some measure of that. I certainly wouldn't be here without my wonderful wife, children and siblings who have supported and often tolerated my journey to this place, as well as my parents, who are no longer with us to share this moment, but whom I thank for the values they instilled in me and the opportunities that they provided me with in life. I'd like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Royston Smith. Before he was the MP, Royston was Conservative leader of Southampton City Council. And it was as council leader that Royston paid a visit to HMS Astute when it was in port. A dreadful and fatal gun attack broke out, and Royston showed enormous bravery by tackling and disarming the gunman, preventing further bloodshed. For this, Royston was rightly awarded the George Medal by Her late Majesty. Royston fought in Parliament for those constituents affected by the cladding scandal over the years, and I hope to carry on his important work. And party politics aside, I was touched to receive a very gracious letter from him congratulating me and offering some wise words of advice. I think it's a measure of the man. One of Royston's other accolades was that he was only the second Conservative to beat Labour in Southampton Hitchin since the wars. He succeeded, of course, the Right Honourable John Denham, my Labour predecessor, who served our city for 23 years and attained high office in Cabinet. John has been a role model, a mentor and a friend to me since. Turning to my wonderful constituency, we sit on the near-tropical south coast of England. The River Itchen, which gives my constituency its name, has shaped our landscape and our communities since the establishment of Saxon Hamwick and Roman Clausentum. We're a port city, and the cruise capital of Northern Europe, but we're also a bustling hub of culture, of commerce, and of maritime heritage. From the medieval Bargate and city walls, through to the groundbreaking Ocean Infinity, Starling Bank, and the National Oceanography Centre, Southampton is a place where history and innovation walk hand in hand. We are an outward-looking city. We are the gateway to the world, as we've often been called. The Pilgrim Fathers sailed from Southampton, as did our brave D-Day troops. Spitfires and military ships were manufactured on the shores of the Itchen in Woolston. We have 2 world-leading and civic-focused universities, and marine and green tech enterprises abound. It's a place where public servants and labourers, stevedores and students, entrepreneurs and artists all contribute to the rich mosaic of daily life here. Our people are resilient. They are diverse. They are welcoming and warm. Our city faces challenges like so many others. Health inequalities, child poverty levels that are far too high. Many compare us to demographically being a northern seat that happens to be in the south. But we're also a microcosm of the broader ambitions of this country and a beacon of the potential still to be unleashed. Indeed, our vision is to be a city of opportunity. We are a Premier League football city, after a short interlude in the Championship. And I congratulate the team for winning promotion in May. And when the Saints went marching into Wembley to win the playoffs, I was proud to be in that number watching their victory. Commiserations to any Leeds fans here. And it was, of course, fantastic to see the now leader of the opposition, a fellow Saints fan, also in that number, cheering on a victory for the red team, something that keeps happening this year. But in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I return to my starting point, that it is a phenomenal privilege to be here. Many see this chamber from the outside and think of combative Punch and Judy politics. But as I join these benches, I look over to the plaque of our colleague Jo Cox and recall her words, that we are far more united and we have far more in common with each other than things that divide us. And to every constituent, whether they voted for me or not, Jo's inspiring words are the spirit in which I intend to work hard for them, together with colleagues across this House, for as long as I enjoy that privilege to serve.
Yeah. Tropical Southampton, Itchen. As a previous maritime minister, I got to visit it very often. Sarah Dyke, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome her to her place, as I do the Secretary of State and her team. And I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Southampton Itchen for his maiden speech. He joins 2 other Darrens. I am one of many Sarahs in this place, and until very recently, I think we formed nearly 30% of the Liberal Democrat Party. I'm very, very happy to say that we are now slightly more diverse in our names. But I welcome the opportunity to speak about education and opportunity. But the sad reality is that many children across Glastonbury and Somerton are missing out on their opportunity to have an education, as they have additional requirements that their schools are simply unable to accommodate. EHCPs have become the only avenue possible for families to access support after the previous Conservative government's cuts to school and council budgets, forcing them to navigate a postcode lottery and wait months to get the support that they need. Demand for EHCPs have tripled since COVID, and local authorities are struggling to meet this demand. Only half of EHCPs are being issued within the statutory 20-week time frame. And at this point, I must declare an interest as a serving Somerset councillor.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Of course.
Just on that point, North Yorkshire Council today have moved to restrict the services that they offer on home-to-school transport. It will disproportionately impact on rural schools and families. Whilst the Conservatives might have been swept from power in this place, they're still damaging and having an impact in local government in areas like mine of North Yorkshire. Does my honourable friend agree that we should be providing more support for challenges that rural families and schools face, not less?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and he makes a really powerful point. Because, like Yorkshire, Somerset Council is forecasting to spend £140 million on children and family services, which includes SEND provision. This year, that's a 14% increase on last year. And the increase of EHCPs is also increasing the cost of home-to-school transport. The high costs being further exacerbated across Somerset because it is such a large county, rural county like Yorkshire. The average cost of travel alone to Somerset Council for one passenger with SEND is over £7,000 a year. Madam Deputy Speaker, the cumulative local authority high needs budget deficit is estimated to be £2.3 billion, ever increasing, with the latest estimates concluding that the deficit will increase to £3.6 billion by 2025. There are many local authorities working with the Department for Education through intervention programmes, such as the Safety Valve programme. These programmes are demonstrating that local authorities, despite employing best practice, are still struggling to cover this deficit, and any savings made are likely to be lost through inflation. The Liberal Democrats want to see an end to the postcode lottery families face in SEND provision by giving local authorities extra funding to reduce the amount schools pay towards children's EHCPs. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is urgent because the reality is that children are suffering, they're unhappy, they're missing their friends, they're missing their education, and as a result, their families are suffering too. Now, I was recently speaking to the parents of a child in Wincanton who had an EHCP that needed an urgent review. It didn't happen, and the child's school couldn't meet their needs. Now, this resulted in them being absent from school, missing months of crucial education. And I've also been working with a group of parents of children with SEND, and one mother from Curry Mallet told me that she believes our education system is going to see a rise in problems with attendance, adverse mental health, and an increase for the need of SEND support due to the current inflexibility of the system and its inadequacy to meet the needs of young people living in modern times. It's a total disgrace that any child would be left without an education because, if I may return to the title of this debate, this strips opportunity from them. Children with SEND will continue to suffer due to the lack of places at special schools. Government statistics from earlier this year revealed that around 2/3 of special schools are full or over capacity, with Department for Education data showing that there are around 4,000 more pupils on roll in special schools than reported capacity. In Glastonbury and Somerton, there are currently 2 special schools, and I hope a third will be ready to open near Ash for the start of the new school year, providing much needed extra provision. Children and their families across the country are in a crisis caused by the lack of specialist provision, and this isn't going to go away. Cuts to council budgets under the Conservatives have made this situation intolerable, so we must act urgently to reverse this. Liberal Democrats will work with the government to ensure that all children can access the tailored learning and support that they need. And I believe we must set up a dedicated national body for SEND to act as a champion for children with complex needs to ensure they receive that tailored support.
On that point?
Yes, of course.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first of all commend the Honourable Lady for what she's saying, and she's absolutely right to focus upon SEND education. I'm aware that in the press just in this last week it was indicated when it came to autism in particular, children who have that, if there's an early diagnosis and an early treatment and education system put in place, that the autism, no matter how severe it is, can be reduced to a level where that child can then have an education and have a job. So get it right early, and you prepare that child for the future.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his important and very valid point. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would just at this point like to briefly shift my focus towards the forthcoming curriculum and assessment review. Now, I've been speaking to the principal of Strode College in Street, who currently has around 550 students on BTEC courses that will be defunded following this review. Now, I know that it's this government's policy to ensure that there is a pause and a delay to the defunding of AGQs. And so I would like to encourage the Secretary of State, who's no longer in her place, to ensure that this remains in place, to ensure there isn't any unnecessary interruption to students' education. So, Madam